Welcome to our regional council meeting of Thursday, October 22, 2020. And I know, Clerk, you have to call the meeting to order and properly constitute us, but I understand and with thanks to Councillor Sato, I understand we're getting good at this and maybe we don't need as big a rigmarole to properly constitute us because it's becoming old hat. So with that, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'm going to provide a very shortened review of the protocols for electronic participation in this council meeting. Voting for this meeting will be conducted verbally. For procedural votes that do not require a recorded vote, the chair or I will call for any objections. If you have an objection, indicate your name and objection. If no objections are stated, the motion will be deemed to be adopted. For recorded votes, I will call upon each member in alphabetical order based on last name. I will confirm the vote for each member. If you do not respond when called upon to vote, I will call your name a second time. If you do not respond to the second call, you will be recorded as abstaining from the vote and your vote will count in the negative as a nay vote. If you are participating electronically and are leaving the meeting, please send an email to council@peelregion.ca to indicate that you are leaving the meeting. If you leave the meeting for any votes thereafter, you will be marked absent. We shall now commence the meeting with roll call. Mayor Brown?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson? Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor DeMerla?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco?
Hi there, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning, here.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Good morning, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Groves?
Morning, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes? Councillor Innes? Oh, I see her, so. Thank you. Councillor Kovac? Councillor Kovac? Councillor Mahoney?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Paletti?
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish? Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Hello, good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and which the region of Peel operates is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous people inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the First Credit, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. And I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome Janice Baker, our new CAO. She comes with us with quite a pedigree, as you know, and has stepped up during these challenging times to guide the ship to shore over the next 2 years. So Janice, welcome. You sent a marvelous note to all of the staff that mentioned your pedigree and what you bring to the table. And of course, I've had the privilege of working for you for years, and we're very pleased to have you here. I'm also going to take this opportunity to thank Nancy one more time for the great yeoman's work she did in steering the ship during these times. And that reflects on a lot of staff that really stepped up as well. So well done to all, and good times ahead. So thank you for that. With that, Madam Clerk, it brings me to the declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none, then I need approval of the minute. Oh, sorry, Councillor Parrish, did you have a question about a conflict?
No, I have a question that things have been added to the agenda that I haven't seen, so I don't know if I have a conflict.
Oh, fair enough. Madam Clerk? I was going to speak to them when we deal with the agenda,
Yeah, but
Carolyn, and I'll
I-
come to you immediately thereafter. Is that okay? Fair point.
I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I don't have a conflict, but maybe that should be when you're adding things to the agenda, the conflict of interest
And you're
declaration
right,
should
Carolyn.
be
How,
after.
how would you know otherwise? It's a very fair point.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So let me come back to that in a moment and then dwell on that a little more for the next go-round. With that, though, I will go to the approval of the minutes for the October 8, 2020 Regional Council meeting. It's been moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Downey. Anybody, any question on the minutes? If not, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, with regards to the approval of the agenda, and Councillor Parrish, here it is here, that the agenda for the October 22, 2020 Regional Council meeting include a letter from Gagnon Walker Domes Limited and Glenschnar and Associates on behalf of the Heritage Heights Landowner Group regarding the GTA West Corridor and the City of Brampton Heritage Height Community to be dealt with under items related to Public Works, item 16.7, and further, that the agenda for the October 22, 2020 Regional Council meeting include a communication from the Peel Safe and Active Routes to School Committee regarding installation of automated school bus stop arm to be dealt with under items related to Public Works, item 16.8. And further, that the agenda for the October 22, 2020 Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. And Councillor Parrish, you can see, these were items that were added to items that were on the agenda already and speak, but very valid point that you raise. Very good. Moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Councillor Kovac. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Moving on, Madam Clerk.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
sorry.
I have my hand up. Mr.
Mayor
Chair,
Crombie, Mayor Crombie, go
hello.
ahead. Go ahead, Mayor Crombie.
Sorry, I have my hand up. On that item, I'm quite certain we had a discussion about allowing items onto the agenda that were emailed to us the morning of the meeting when none of us had a chance to read them or process them, and now they're put on the agenda in support of other deputations that are on the agenda. I thought we ruled at a previous meeting that that not be allowed because it just didn't give us time. I certainly haven't seen them. Nobody's read them. And how can we deal with them?
Yeah, a point, a valid one. Let me refer it back.
We have had this discussion previously.
Yeah, let me go back to the clerk. Fair point, Mayor Crombie. Let me go back to the clerk, to the commissioner, and speak to that point.
Good morning, and thank you through you, Mr. Chair. What was decided was that the revised agenda needed to go out a day earlier. Before, revised agendas went out on Tuesdays. Now the revised agenda is going out on Monday. So any additional items that is received from the clerk or by the clerk's office prior to the meeting that's relevant to the meeting would be added on the Monday. There was no change to those items that were referred to the clerk on the day before or the morning of the meeting. They would be provided to council prior to the meeting, which they were done in this instance. And then it would be up to council to receive those items or not at approval of agenda. There is no way for us to control when we receive something that's relevant to the agenda. No items would be added to the agenda that are new to the agenda. All the items that are being added are being put forward to council for approval to be added to the agenda relate to items already on the agenda.
Mayor Crombie.
Kathryn, they came in at the same time as we were approving the agenda. I haven't had a chance to look at them. You know, I'm logged into this meeting. I'm going to have to minimize and print them up and take a look at them. I mean, we can't do that all simultaneously. We can't accept documents at the same time that we're approving the agenda. That's just not fair to us.
Yeah.
They were sent out as soon as practicable upon our receipt.
I understand.
The option.
And it's not, I agree. It's not clerk's fault. I'm not trying to allocate blame here. The issue is that we shouldn't have to deal with them at this meeting. They should be put off to the next meeting because we didn't receive them in time from the sender to deal with them on this meeting agenda because we haven't had time to read them.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, you make a very valid point. I like the nuanced point that was made. These all speak to items that were already on the agenda, but you make a great point. We put out an agenda several weeks in advance. You know, if somebody wants to be a debutant, maybe they didn't think to do it, but then maybe they call on Tuesday saying in our normal world, the non-virtual world, I'd like to be a debutant. Would we be saying, no, you can't because you're within a certain time frame or on the Wednesday? But Madam Mayor, your point is very well made. I'm in the hands of council. Would we like to receive these two written items at this time? And Madam Mayor, can I suggest I leave it to you and to Councillor Parrish and lesson learned for the next time, or I'm more than happy if you want to push the two letters off to the next meeting.
I'm inclined to push them off to the next meeting, and I'm fairly certain we've had this conversation many times before, and it doesn't make any of us very happy to have to deal with items the morning of, and we're in the meeting and we're still getting items relating to that agenda.
Yeah, and Mayor Crombie, what I take, point made, and what I take from that, I think it also sends a lesson to the people. In one of these instances, it's a consulting firm. You would think they would know what the protocols are. So I think it sends a message there as well that I like. Madam Clerk, Madam Commissioner, one last word to you.
Thank you. In relation to this morning's items, there's already been the vote to approve the agenda that included those two items as you've read it. So we can take that under advisement for the future when we're taking approval of the agenda vote and have this discussion prior to that. But the vote has already been taken today to include those items.
Point of information. So I had my hand up to speak to that item, and the clerk and the chair didn't see me and took the vote anyways. I was trying to raise this item as an issue that we shouldn't be dealing with items none of us have had the opportunity to read.
And Councillor Mayor Crombie, very, very validly said, and Councillor Parrish raised it at the appropriate time. I'm more than happy to open up the issue now that you have the full totality of it and deal with it. Because you're right, Councillor Parrish, it's the very point that you raised. So I have no problem, and I would hope all of council would agree now that you've heard it and the lesson is learned, that we would open it up. Everybody would agree if I need 2/3 and have those items removed for all the reasons that you've said. I have no problem if that is the wish of council. Madam Mayor, if that is your motion, Councillor Parrish, if you would second it to reopen and proceed just as you've described, and I think your point's been made. Madam Clerk, over to you.
May I say something?
Go ahead, Councillor Paleshi.
From my understanding, and I saw the email come through to not only the city but to regional staff, it came through last week. So it's my understanding that it's just the region, because of whatever backlog, we're only getting them now. But the delegates or the anybody that sent them, it was sent last week.
Okay, let's fair question. Let's put it through to staff. Staff? The clerk advises me that might not be the case, but if staff can speak to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We did not receive those items. I do appreciate Councillor Paleshi, the date on that letter, but it was not received by clerks until yesterday afternoon late. Councillor
Sato?
Okay, and then one of the items came out of, and they're just letters of correspondence, right? That's what we're dealing with, the items. And then one of them was, it happens to be a committee meeting that just met on Tuesday, sent the correspondence out of that committee meeting yesterday. But the committee meetings, like all members know, committee meetings like this, they don't happen all the time. The last committee meeting prior to the one that happened on Tuesday were months and months ago. So, and it just happens to be about what we're talking to today. Hope that helps, Mr. Chair. But
understood, but we've reaffirmed that they did come in only in the last 24 hours. That's very, very clear. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frankly, I don't care whether we receive the ones on the from the developers or not. They should have had them in sooner. But the motion that's on the stop arm, I mean, the items on the agenda today. So to me, it seems like the motion could be moved from the report, like out of the report. I think the councillors have just formulated it with a lot more wording than just moving a motion that's in the report. And it is rather timely. I do wish it had been in sooner. I haven't even had a chance to read the whole thing. But this is Pedestrian Safety Month in October. If it's put off to November, it loses the I think it loses the impact of what we are collectively trying to do, both at the region and the municipalities with our Vision Zero strategies. So, I mean, I'm fully, I would like to deal with that one today because the item is on the agenda. You know, getting these things 7 minutes, exactly 7 minutes before the meeting starts is just not acceptable. And as I said, I opened it, I kind of scanned really quickly to see what it was. But, you know, even if Councillor Paleshi, my understanding is that his motion could be made out of the presentation. Is that not correct? On the, or sorry, on the report of the GTA West corridor?
And the clerk is advising me that, yes, that is correct because it is an agenda item that any motion can flow from. Yes.
So they don't actually need to be added to the agenda. The councillors at that time could say, I would like to move this recommendation and then put it in the form of a motion. Is that not correct? From a procedural perspective.
I will have the clerk provide complete clarity. Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, that is correct. The two motions that were received are not being added because you're correct. They can be brought up at the time of the two reports that are on the agenda. The only thing that we're seeking at this point approval to move are the two communication items that were provided to council this morning.
Okay, well, I think we should be firm with the communication items and deal with the motions, the two motions from the two members of council when we get to those reports, and just let the communication, the people who sent them in, know that they came in too late.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't think it's going to make any difference to our discussion on them anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just about to sip. Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Sato. She kind of hit the nail on the head. I don't think, having read the correspondence, that they're going to have much sway one way or the other. So if they make it onto the next agenda, it's not that big a deal. Perhaps we do have a lot of frequent flyers that do this, so a nice little reminder to them at some point. And maybe we should be clear to people when they send in these that it may not make it to this agenda, because it is a lot. We've been dealing with, you know, we're drinking from a fire hose first thing in the morning when all of these come in. So, yep, happy to move them to the next agenda. And as Councillor Sato had mentioned, the two motions are relevant to today's agenda, and it is our apology that we couldn't get it to you sooner, but there's been a furious amount of activity working on these in the last couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add, in fairness, because the public might not be aware, and member colleagues that don't sit on the committee might not be aware, but Councillor Parrish knows it, and Mayor Crombie knows it, quite a fulsome discussion at policy and procedures to tidy up these very things. And in fairness, even our friends from Mississauga said we're going to avoid the Wednesday general committee or council meetings where we bring something to you the next day, which we've all done, other municipal, and they made it clear to the chair that I should be less liberal in certain interpretations, and I accept that as well. So in fairness to everybody, we've gone down this path just in the last 60 days to say we have to streamline the process. What is being suggested here is completely consistent with that. Councillor Paleshi, I do have a motion. I'll give you one last quick word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I only asked that, okay, so my understanding, 15.1, 15.2, they're brought by councillors, so those aren't the issue. 16.7 brought forward by consultants on behalf of developers. If council wants to say, no, we're not allowing, I'm okay with that. 16.8, though, members of council, peel safe and active routes to school committee. I ask that we give some consideration to that communication sent just out of their committee meeting that happened on Tuesday, if that's possible.
So, Councillor Paleshi, are you asking me to split up the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Get pregnant, I'm afraid.
And Mayor Crombie, I was going to ask the mover and the seconder if they'd be willing.
Yeah, what you're suggesting is a little bit pregnant. You can't have it both ways, keep
Yeah.
some and not others. I mean, I think we have to send a strong signal, particularly to these consultants, that we're just not going to entertain letters that we receive as the meetings are starting. They needed to have gotten those in. They know when they're due. They know this better than we do. And here we are scrambling. To be honest with you, I didn't even know that there were motions by my own counselors. I haven't opened it because I've got this screen up. I've got to reduce this and go into it.
And
So
Mayor Crombie,
I don't know what's there, and I don't want to entertain it because it's not appropriate that
what I'm
they send
saying,
it as the meeting is
Mayor
starting.
Crombie, what I'm saying is that I agree with you on the developers and the consultants. I'm asking for the leniency coming out of the Peel Safe and Active Routes School Committee. That's what I'm asking for. This is just a committee made up of citizens that are just trying to do something good for our residents.
So
It's a
let me
committee
just ask
that
the clerk, how do we accept some documents and not others when the point is we don't want to receive things going into the meeting? So how do we receive the
Mayor
ones that we think are
Mayor
vital
Crombie.
and time sensitive? Councillor Palashi, with respect, I have the floor and we're not in a debate here.
I have the floor.
How do we accept?
You don't have the floor. I have the
No,
floor.
I beg your pardon. Here's what I'm going to do. I think you've all made your points. The motion was moved by Mayor Crombie, seconded by Councillor Parrish. Are you willing to split it up? I believe the answer is no. Let's take the vote.
Yes, Chair, excuse me. Items that are time sensitive, I suppose, like this committee meeting, but it's not fair. Nonetheless, it speaks to the point that we shouldn't be entertaining any documents while the meeting is starting.
So Mayor Crombie, would you allow the motion to be split for the point you just made on the one that comes from the... Okay. Councillor Parrish, is that acceptable to you? Councillor Palashi, there you have it. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take the vote now, and it is a separate vote on whether either of the two will be allowed on the agenda. I believe we have to reopen the issue first because we dealt with it. Madam Clerk?
I don't think so.
Whatever you tell me.
Perhaps it would be easier if I just read the resolution as amended.
We are in your hands. Go ahead.
Thank you. That the agenda for the October 22nd, 2020 Regional Council meeting include a communication from the Peel Safe and Active Routes to School Committee regarding installation of automated school bus stop arm to be dealt with under items related to Public Works, item 16.8, and that the agenda for the October 22nd, 2020 Regional Council meeting be approved. That does not require a recorded vote, so I would ask if there are any objections.
Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much. So with that, we've dealt with the approval of the agenda and how 16, 7, and 8 would be dealt with. Consent agenda. We have Delegation 7.1, the COVID report, item 8. We are on to items 9 under consent. 9.1, do I have consent? 9.2. 9.3. All on consent. 9.4. 9.5. On consent, item 10.1 is our long-awaited Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan presentation that we'll, of course, hear. On to items related to planning and growth, none. 12, communications, 12.1. Asked to be held by Councillor Parrish. Sorry, thank you. That is held on consent. Item 13, items related to enterprise programs and services, 13.1.
Hold, please.
Hold from Councillor Raz. 13.2 on consent. 13.3. 13.4 all on consent. Items related to Public Works, 15.1 on consent. 15.
Hold, Mr. Chair, hold.
Hold 15.1. Yep, Councillor Raz. 15.2.
Councillor Sato.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Downey, my apologies.
No.
Sato. My apologies, everyone. Councillor Sato to hold 15.1. 15.2.
Please hold from Councillor Raz.
Councillor Raz, thank you for 15.2. 15.3. On consent, 15.4. On consent, 16 communication items, 16.1. 16.2. 16.3. 16.4. 16.5. 16.6. 16.7 and 8 we dealt with on the approval of the agenda. Items related to health, 17.1 on consent. Communication.
Sinclair?
Oh, hold 17-1 to be held by Councillor.
17-1.
17-1 held by Councillor Sinclair. Thank you. Communication item 18-1 on consent. Items related to human services, none. Communications 20.1. That is on consent. We'll then deal with other business and notice of motion, the bylaws. I'm just going to jump ahead to in camera. There were just two items, the minutes and a land dealing. Does anybody need to go in camera? Very good. So that was dealt with on consent. Thank you all. With that, Madam Clerk, to you for the motion on the consent agenda.
Thank you. That the following matters listed on the October 22nd, 2020 Regional Council agenda be approved under the consent agenda items, and this requires a recorded vote. Mayor Brown? Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Yes. Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes, I support.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
In favor.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
In favor, thanks.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes? Councillor Innes?
Yes.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
It's 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yeah.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Very good. That approves our consent agenda. That brings us down to delegations, and I will remind all of you to be sure to mute when you are otherwise not up. So with that, who is up is Bob Bjork, Director Policy Planning, and Andrew McNeil, Strategic Leader, City of Brampton, and Ian Lockwood, Principal Tool Design Group with regards to planning for the Heritage Heights community in Brampton. Gentlemen, go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair, members of Regional Council. We have a brief presentation here on Heritage Heights to give you some additional background to the concepts that Brampton Council's endorsed for the planning for one of the more significant greenfield areas left in the GTA. And as you said, I'm here with Andrew McNeil and Ian Lockwood, consultant, both of whom are integrally involved. And I'll leave it to Andrew to lead us through the presentation. Andrew?
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, Chair IANNICCA, members of Regional Council. Can everyone see the presentation okay? It's quite small on my screen. It is. I'll keep going. The title of the presentation is quite deliberate. Heritage Heights is one of the largest remaining greenfield sites in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. We've learned a lot about great city building over the last few decades. What Brampton wants to do is lock arms, region, and our municipal neighbors to get it right. We want to build a model, complete community that employs best practices in all professional disciplines. These lands have been sterilized for far too long as a direct result of on-again, off-again highway planning. Brampton wishes to unlock these lands in a manner that will realize provincial objectives of catalyzing employment, mixed-use development, and at the same time maximize value creation and financial return for not only the city, but the region as well, and the development community. And we want to do this by investing in smart infrastructure that is compatible with our land use. Next slide, please. Our plan is a departure from conventional suburban auto-centric subdivision planning. It's designed to promote healthy, sustainable living with walking, cycling, transit use as foundational, as well as a robust network that can carry on traffic. We believe that this will create the right environment to catalyze employment growth and facilitate entrepreneurialism. And at its foundation is a green approach to urban development, transportation planning, as well as technologies such as district energy. Next slide. We met with the Growth Secretary a few weeks ago, and their comment to us was that this plan is a shining example of everything the province is looking to achieve through their planning policy. The one caveat is that the current trajectory of the GTA West corridor is at odds not only with provincial planning policy, but also with our land use vision. Next slide. We have engaged in an inclusive approach to developing this plan that has included multi-day charrettes with all relevant stakeholders, including regional staff. I think all of you are aware of the location of the lands, approximately 4,000 acres at the northwest corner of Brampton. We have engaged over 126 landowners and developers to create this plan. As you can imagine, it is not easy getting consensus among that many stakeholders, but to our knowledge, we do have unanimous consent from landowners with the for you. I should also note that a few years ago, the region of Peel enacted a DC bylaw to help fund a north-south piece of infrastructure separate from a highway. Next slide, please. We are looking to do the right thing. We are saddled with some legacy infrastructure planning that is at odds with what we're trying to do. As many of you are aware, the alignment of the GTA West corridor bisects the Heritage Heights lands almost directly down the middle. Next slide, please. Successful city building is about maximizing access to facilitate social and human exchange. Highways do the polar opposite by severing access and creating barriers, which is in fact quite anti-city. By severing the network, trips become longer, and as a result, it fuels longer haul auto trips, which contributes to congestion. Adjacent roads become overloaded at interchanges, resulting in them becoming wider, bigger, faster, meaner, harder to cross, which is not the direction the City of Brampton would like to. Additionally, this approach exports value from our city to suburban sprawl down the lines. Brampton wants to maximize value within our community, as I'm sure the City of Mississauga and the town of Caledon wish to do. Next slide, please. For many reasons that I've just recently touched on, the province shelved the GTA West corridor a few years back as the result of an expert advisory panel advised that the proposed highway contravened provincial planning policy and offered little to no transportation. This situation has not changed. Next slide. With this, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ian Lockwood to provide a very high-level overview of the details.
Well, hello, Chair and Council. I'm really happy to be here to present this plan. And I just want to point out that north is to the left, so the plan fits better on your screen. It's very exciting to talk about a piece of big infrastructure that's not a highway. The outcomes are far more sustainable, and you'll see in a moment deliver twice the homes and jobs for about the same infrastructure costs, which makes a big fiscal improvement for the region and for the city. If you'll notice the boulevard's a thick black line that runs north-south across the page, and it's all designed to be transit-oriented. So you can see there's 3 stations. We're proposing a GO station on the GO line where it intersects with the boulevard. And we're also proposing a transitway down the middle of the boulevard. And that kind of creates the center of gravity that for the whole community. You can see the 5 and 10 minute walk circles around the 3 transit stations. So probably about 80% of the people that live there will be within a short walk of transit. About 100% of the houses will be within a 3-minute walk of a park and a 5-minute walk of an elementary school. Every station within a 5-minute bicycle ride for all the homes. And so there's plenty of density near those transit stations with services. We have a health district that we're proposing a hospital. All of those streets shown in black have separated bike facilities and walking facilities. So walking, cycling, and transit are the easy trips. You can still drive, but it's really easy to walk. And also the connected open space system provides a class 1 bike trip for people going to the little town center or to any of the transit facilities. So we're really excited about a project that results in less traffic, lots of trips, lots of social trips, walking trips, and so on, but less traffic going into the arterials in Brampton, spoiling the quality of life downstream, and also in places like Mississauga. So what we're trying to do is create what we call a 15-minute community where people can live, work, play, and so forth, all within close proximity. And we're hoping this model gets copied all the way up and down the corridor in Caledon and other places, and it will result in development that will be far more sustainable and physically superior. Next slide, please. So this is a concept for the boulevard, and instead of being a barrier in the community like a lot of the 400 series highways, it'll be a seam. It'll be a very valuable address with nice frontage lanes on the sides, which are accessible for walking and cycling, and parking that's designed for people with disabilities. There's no curbs in that area, so you can get the long haul trips down the middle, the transit trips down the very center, and then walking trips and bike trips on the edges. The next slide, please. You'll see a big difference between the street network that we're proposing on the top of this image compared to what was proposed conventionally. Conventionally, there's a lot of 4- and 6-lane arterials permeating the area, which create barriers. It's very difficult for people, especially vulnerable people, to cross those streets. And what we're doing is, instead of doing 4- and 6-lane arterials, we're doing 2- and 3-lane arterials where you can walk, bike, and cross the street easily. So it's a much more friendly, complete street type place, which we hope will be a model for the entire region. Next slide, please. So on the left, you have a boulevard, and we use the Champs-Élysées in Paris as our inspiration. It's got very valuable edges and carries a lot of traffic. And not just car traffic, but 500,000 pedestrian trips a day and probably about 1 million transit trips underneath. And that's the kind of trip making that we want to encourage. Now, we also use the Champs-Élysées to show a boulevard that was designed before the car was even invented. And in our boulevard, we're going to make it much more easy to cross the street. In Paris, if you ever go to the Champs-Élysées, it's you can cross the street, but it's not as friendly as it could be. So we're trying to improve on a great model. And the tax base along the sides, the tourist industry along the side is really thriving. And we'd like to make equally nice edges along our boulevard. And that's a stark difference to what's been proposed with the highway. Next slide, please. So we looked at the criteria that were used to route the highway, and the boulevard scores better for all of the considerations for the national environment. It scores better for all of the considerations for the socioeconomic and cultural aspects of the projects. And it scores better for 75% of the transportation criteria, and it scores better for implementation. So we can actually get a boulevard built in stages with development starting quite quickly and not have to wait for a funding mechanism to be created for the highway, or probably a couple of decades of a very contentious property acquisition. Now, the 3 transportation criteria that the highway does better is in terms of volume, speed, and long-distance trucking. And you'll see in a moment that this is not an important truck route, so we would discount that criteria. And also, encouraging high-speed, high-volume car traffic is not a healthy thing for Mississauga or any other place in the GTA. What we'd much prefer is to reward shorter trips, transit trips, walking trips, and much more sustainable development patterns than would result from a highway. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the 400 series highways in the GTA area. And in the lighter areas, A, B, C, and D, those are the main industrial areas. And naturally, they gravitate around the airport because that's where a lot of the trucking industry is focused. And you can see the city of Brampton outlined in red. And if you go to the next slide, please. That you can see in the dotted lines the proposed route for the West Corridor. And this is, you can see it's not on a path for trucking, so it's really a development road. And if we're going to develop, it would be a really good idea to develop in a more sustainable way, respecting the land and getting twice the results in terms of housing and jobs and so forth for the same area of land and for the same cost of servicing. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a cartoon of what the highway would result in. The developers and landowners that we worked with in Heritage Heights indicated the sorts of developments that they would be willing to build with a highway-dominated, interchange-dominated, large arterial-dominated place. And that would probably happen along the balance of the corridor. And instead, we'd like to replace the sort of anti-sustainable, non-sustainable pattern with a sustainable one, as you can see on the next slide, please. You can see Heritage Heights in the green, where you would have a 15-minute community where people could walk, bike, and have a good balance of jobs and housing. And then hopefully, places like Calvin or other development areas would follow suit and would develop similarly superior development in terms of fiscal responsibility and environmental responsibility. Brampton has announced or previously announced a climate emergency and a healthcare emergency. And what we want to do is actually do something about that with our development that actually contributes to environmental sustainability and better health outcomes. And Blue Zones took a look at our plan and said, because of the walkability, health, and less stress, and all the sorts of things that this development would result in, that the average life expectancy could be as much as 10 years longer than if you lived in other places in the GTA. And that's the kind of quality of life and sustainability outcomes that we're really after with this development. The next slide, please. So when you compare the two, one generates far more taxes for the region and the city with about the same servicing costs, but results in far less traffic. A lot of trips, a lot of social trips, economic trips, and so on, but they're walking trips and bike trips and transit trips, they're shorter trips. So much healthier living, a much higher quality of life, safer roads, less crashes, less severe crashes. And it really supports a lot of the policy positions that all the different levels of government have taken. And we're super excited about it. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Andrew, and he's going to go over some of the actual numbers that an independent economics group came up with about the fiscal effects of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. The slide in front of you, we retained Watson and Associates, and this is the last slide we'll share with you, to look at the fiscal impacts, comparing the boulevard option that we've shared with you versus what the highway would result in. Almost across the board, it's 2 to 3 times better in every category. The plan results in a higher ability to support more population. There's better network, so it can absorb intensification better. That is a provincial objective.
Let's do the slide so they can see what you're talking about. There we go. Thanks.
Okay, is that everyone can see that now? Yeah, so the population impact is almost 2 to 3 times better, resulting in greater housing construction, which has a direct construction value, almost 2 to 3 times better. Significantly is jobs 2 to 3 times more jobs, but most importantly, it's a better quality of job. These are higher paying, knowledge-based jobs. These are not warehouse where 5 employees work in a 1 million square foot warehouse. And it should be noted, our landowners have told us very clearly they do not support suburban style employment within Heritage Heights. We are looking to create the type of environment to attract the best and the brightest on transit. And we all know if you want to create jobs, you need to create the environment that these people want to live in. Total DCs that would come to the city and region significantly higher. And of very high importance, assessment growth and property tax revenue. The delta is almost $100 million a year that would flow to the city of Brampton by pursuing this model. Now, we've just looked at Heritage Heights within the boundary of Heritage Heights to generate these impacts. We are quite confident if we were to expand that to look at Caledon and the financial impacts, you would likely see a similar impact. So we would urge our neighbors to take a look at this, because we think the path that we have identified not only achieves provincial objectives, but it results in a better outcome for all involved. And most importantly, and this is the final point, we can move quicker. Our landowners have been sterilized for almost 2 decades. They want to get on with life and start creating this wonderful community. A highway is likely 2 to 3 decades at best before it could be realized. This approach can happen much quicker, and as Ian mentioned, it could be phased in. So with that, I think we'll end the presentation. The last slide is just a bit of background information if you'd like to read that. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, it'll be read at everyone's leisure. I'm going to go to my list. My list is Mayor Thompson, Medeiros, Vicente, DeMerla, and Mayor Crombie. Mayor Thompson.
Hello, it's Alan. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you. My Wi-Fi is not good. What I want to ask is a couple of questions. Knowing what you're saying is, I love your concept, beautiful, really like it. My concern is with MTO, and especially with Caledon, they have taken away and frozen and going to build a highway on zone and site plan approved lands that are worth about $2 million an acre to put a highway straight north of what's called the 410 versus using the Highway 10 corridor, because they want to move traffic quickly. So my concern that I have is with your proposal is, do you feel that you will get the accesses to the 407 and the 401 that the province is proposing with your concept? That's my first question.
Do you want me to start, Andrew?
Sure.
Please,
sure.
go ahead.
So one of the sensibilities that we're trying to apply to this plan is not to be reliant on, especially in the peak hour highway use to get what you need on a daily basis. What we're trying to do here is have a community that's much more self-reliant. The idea of continually rewarding long-distance, high-speed highway traffic is not sustainable, and it's not desirable. I think the future is in shorter trips, working closer to where you are, rewarding proximity, these sorts of things. But then again, your question was about access, and we'll provide access, but what we're trying to avoid is this idea where you live, work, play in places that are really far apart from one another. So this plan actually has way more access than the highway plan does. In fact, highways are called limited access facilities for a reason. There's only 2 interchanges. You can't cross it. Places like Halton Hills will have more access to more things. Otherwise, with the highway, they'll be more cut off, and they'll be on the wrong side of the tracks, kind of thing. So there's a lot of access reasons to support a more robust network. But more importantly, there's a sustainability dimension to this, where we're not increasing vehicle miles traveled as much as a highway would. So that's kind of the thrust of it.
Okay, so let me clarify then my question. Basically, you acknowledge that you won't have, for the GT West corridor that was being proposed, it was the link from one provincial highway, which is the Highway 400, to the 401 and the 407. So this road, is what you're telling me, the answer is no, correct?
No, so
go ahead.
I'll respond. The alignment that we have chosen is the same alignment proposed to the GTA West corridor. So we would envision connectivity between those two higher order pieces of infrastructure.
Okay, so basically, what I'm trying to understand, where you're going with your concept is, okay, I see this, so here's where it leads to my second question. So now that this isn't going to be part of the G2S corridor, and especially for the funding mechanism, you're talking about development charges. Are you confident that you can build it from Mayfield Road down to wherever you're going to link it into, to the south? How much of that is, I know it's DC related, but how much is the region going to need to pay along with the city of Brampton to make this work? Or is the developers going to pick up the difference as well?
Yeah, so in response, the first step is getting agreement that the concept is what we would like to pursue. The next step will be sitting down with regional staff and looking at the financial and jurisdictional impacts to actually making this happen. So those conversations have not happened yet. Those would be a follow-up. This is the first step, sharing the concept with you.
Yeah, so no, that's what I'm trying to understand is we may be getting the cart a little bit before the horse to know what the costs are. Basically, what you're asking today is approving the design, the concept, and the principle of it, but the cost of this and future development on this is going to be much different. And if it isn't going to be part of the G2S corridor, my question is, do you need that many lanes in that road corridor?
So Andrew, maybe I'll chime in a little bit. The boulevard will be less expensive than the highway. It takes far less land than the highway, which saves costs, and it can be built in a staged way, so you don't have to come up with a ton of money early. So I think from a cost perspective, we'll be ahead. And I think it's still going to be a GTA West corridor. It just won't be a highway. It'll be a boulevard and transit system. So I don't think we're trying to get rid of the corridor itself. It's just the way it looks and operates would be different.
And one point I would add to that, if the current trajectory with the highway maintains, the province will be into a situation of quite adversarial land acquisition, either through expropriations or agreement to purchase and sale. That is going to be incredibly expensive. We've received some estimates of what the cost could be from landowners. We're in the multi-billions of dollars just to acquire the land to build the highway. That will take years. What we are talking about would be implemented through a regular development approach where land would be dedicated by developers. So the cost of construction is less, the cost of acquiring land is less. The corridor is approximately half the size of what the GTA West is considering.
And Andrew, I think the other thing is the opportunity cost of the highway is huge because it depresses the value of the land all around it and it reduces the development potential. Also, the health outcomes are costly. You know, the environmental costs of the highway are costly. So all in all, it's a kind of a bad deal all in all. And I think from a cost perspective, the boulevard is much better.
Okay, so I'm going to be the devil's advocate. You guys build the concept, you do this. What's saying that the province in 10 years doesn't come and expropriate it and make it into a 400 series highway because they have a throughway?
You know, one of the reasons why Brampton brought us on to help with the project is we deal with what we call highway removals all over North America, and there's a lot of cities looking to actually remove highways that are already built, and there's a lot of other cities looking at not building the ones that have been proposed for all of the reasons that we're talking about. I think the age of highway building as a growth model in and around metro areas is ending. I think a lot of folks have understood the effects on vehicle miles traveled and the climate So I don't see the province going backwards in terms of environmental sustainability or physical responsibility. I think over time, the MTO will probably start leaning in the same direction as a lot of these other places are. But I don't see that as a realistic outcome in 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on with my list, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Again, I guess first of all, thank you for the presentation, and just really a word of the great work that staff have done around this. Can you talk about the stakeholder consensus? So, you did mention at the beginning that there was different sort of developer groups, different interests, and when I first got elected, one of the things that really surprised me was the competing interests. But it seems that this plan going forward has appeased a lot of people in the community, and I do want to recognize Councillor Palaci's leadership and Councillor Willens for really trying to bring something special to the city of Brampton, and Council has been very excited about the possibility, and I'm sure there's going to be some details that we're going to have to uncover, but maybe you can speak to, for example, the sort of overwhelming support by competing interests, which I found very interesting.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros, and through the chair. We began an extensive engagement process last November to build this plan. When we started, the history of this is very adversarial. We very quickly gained, as I've mentioned, almost unanimous support of landowners around this plan because they realized this will enable them to get on with life quicker and actually build a better product that is better for all involved. I also want to mention beyond landowners and developers, we've engaged neighboring municipalities, we've engaged multiple ministries at the province. And what we are hearing, when you broaden the conversation beyond just moving cars and trucks fast, there's broad support behind the objectives we're talking about. We've engaged Metrolinx in studying the feasibility of building the ghost. We have a meeting with them this afternoon. So we are getting broad support. Once you broaden the conversation, our community likes all of the ideas in this plan. So it is truly a plan that everyone appears to be rallying around, and also included would be the environmental lobby, who has come out supporting this plan.
So Andrew, I'd like to add that when we started, there were the pro-highway groups who were mostly interested in the jobs, and then there was the pro-environment people that were interested in no highway at all. And when we started talking about a connected network and a boulevard, it got more jobs and better environmental outcomes. So those adversaries got on the same page and actually agreed to the same plan. The developers and the property owners were the same people who were working on the highway kind of sprawl-oriented plan before. And when they saw this opportunity, they changed their minds and said, we would much prefer to work on this more sustainable plan than what we did before. And the active living interests, the health groups, the environmental folks, and so forth came on. And so it was a really refreshing consensus that came together, where when we started, it was people were at odds.
Yeah, and thank you. I just thought that was a salient point that I really wanted to highlight, especially when we talk about trying to build broad consensus, and especially with some of the issues that we've been dealing with around development, around rope authorities, all that. When you have an opportunity to bring all interested parties to the table and everyone who had competing interests all sort of sign off on a plan. And again, I know there's going to have to flesh out some details, and I know there's been some back and forth with our Brampton Board of Trade, for example, where I really understand their point. But what we've said this council, and again, recognizing the leadership from everyone on board and those who are more progressive in nature, really promote active transportation, this really checks all the boxes, and it really has an opportunity to be sort of that sort of prototype development in which we can sort of look at sustainability, look at economic development, and look at really quality of life that we aspire to. So I'm excited to move forward, and again, just recognizing everyone who participated in this, and thank you to staff for a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to express my thanks to staff for really taking to heart the Brampton 2040 vision and imagining a different way of running a 400 series highway through an area that is very important to the future development plans of the city of Brampton. And I would like to ask our colleagues in Caledon to look very closely at this and consider how perhaps is there someone whose mic is open? Thank you. And just to ask and encourage Caledon to look very closely at this, because this could be how you bring value to those lands which, as the mayor mentioned before, you see as having great potential for Caledon in the future. And if you want to realize those values, as staff have clearly indicated here, the projections on the difference that you would see with a boulevard versus, say, the traditional, if I could put it that way, 400 series highway alignment and how it's built. I had, when I first saw this plan, it seemed very familiar to me. And having had the opportunity to, for a time, live in Portugal, when highways cut through or intersect through a city, their character and their feel changes. They're no longer just two lanes with bushes on each side. They become very urban and they mix in and blend with the city, and they are not at odds with the city, but they complement it. And that allows for commerce and vehicles to go through, recognizing, of course, in the future as vehicles become greener themselves and are electric powered, our goals long-term in terms of climate targets are also realized. But if you want a very close example that some of you may be familiar with, in Manhattan, the 87 interstate ends on the Manhattan Island through the Henry Hudson Parkway and West Street. And that is essentially what we're looking to see here. We're looking to have that highway make its way through, but also complement the local neighborhood and for them all to blend seamlessly together. And I hope that Caledon, perhaps we can have Brampton staff come to the town of Caledon and present this vision that staff have realized here for us so that you could see the merits of this plan and perhaps consider and support not just for Brampton, but this is a tremendous potential and could be part of your vision for Caledon as well. So I'm happy to second receipt of the presentation. And once again, thanks to staff and thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
IANNICCA, just taking my mic off. Lots of comments I agree with thus far. When Councillor Vicente talks about having a more of a European model where it links in with cities, this is the way of the future. When it was mentioned by Councillor Medeiros that all the local stakeholders are united, that in itself is unique. I think this is really a test of us, of the type of community we want to build. We've heard that it's faster. That's good for economic development in terms of the ability to have land acquisition. It's cheaper, so from a financial perspective, it's good for all parties, the provincial government, the local government, the regional government. It's a win for active transportation. It's a win for the environment. And frankly, I think it's a test of us. What type of community do we want to build? Are we going to continue the same old approach of building concrete, or are we going to look at more environmentally sustainable communities, more healthcare sustainable communities in terms of active lifestyles? I think there's lessons we can learn from Europe that haven't been adopted in North America as readily. And frankly, we have to look ourselves in the mirror. When we look at our environmental targets, we're not meeting them as a country. When we look at rising rates of obesity, cardiac issues in Peel region, the same old approach isn't working. And so this is a test that we must pass. if we want to be honest with our commitments on the environment, if we want to be honest on our commitments with a healthy community, we need to meet this. Now, I know there are a few voices in the room on this discussion that will say this could inhibit the movement of goods. Let me say that when I was the opposition leader, I met with all the stakeholders after this project had been canceled originally, and I put it into the PC platform based on the economic development aspirations of having more efficient product to market transportation corridors. Nothing with this boulevard, in my opinion, diminishes that original goal of having effective transportation corridors. If anything, it enhances the practicality of this. And so if you're concerned about the speed of this project, it doesn't diminish it. If you're concerned that the original purpose will be somehow diminished, it doesn't. Really, this is a test, if we're going to be honest, to the goals we have in Peel Region and in the city of Brampton. And I really hope that Mississauga councillors, Caledon councillors will enthusiastically support this, just like Brampton Council has. And frankly, I hope there's a motion supporting this, just like we saw at Brampton City Hall. We've had some productive conversations thus far with the province. They haven't said no. I think the fact that it could be more financially affordable has piqued some curiosity. And listen, I think they were surprised by this. This is something different in terms of community building and highway building in Ontario. But different is not necessarily impossible. Different sometimes leads to a new way of doing things. And I think we've got a great business case for this, and I would really appreciate if everyone supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, and my apologies, my camera's off. We are having very poor Wi-Fi connection. My question, and because of the Wi-Fi connection, part of your presentation did cut out, so maybe I missed it, but our previous term of council, our former colleague, Jim Tovey, had brought up a really relevant point when we started to discuss the GTA West corridor, and that was the need for the fact that, you know, at the time the province was calling it a transit corridor, which they're still calling it, not necessarily a highway, but the need for a train. And that train to be used either to move goods or people. I don't think that I saw that in your presentation as part of the overall concept plan, and I'm just wondering if you can speak to that, because I think that if we are talking about building communities for the future, that is the future. We need to build more public transportation, and so that is something that needs to be built in and designed into those plans as well.
Yeah, I'll start through you, Chair Yannicka. Central to this plan is building around higher order transit. As I mentioned in the presentation, we've actually got a meeting this afternoon with Metrolinx to discuss creating an initial business case for the potential GO station that would be central to this community. What we have done is taken a plan that was focused around a highway and highway interchanges and long-haul vehicular trips, and changed the focus of this community to be around walkability and higher order transit. Heritage Heights, with a potential new GO station, is on the technology corridor that links Union Station with Kitchener-Waterloo. We think that is a strategically very important connection. And as you noticed in the plan, we've put our highest densities directly around that transit because we believe that's the right thing to do to create a transit-oriented community. Additionally, that's the kind of place that younger folks want to live in. They want to be able to live in a great, vibrant, mixed-use community without having to potentially own a car, where they can have a 5-minute walk to transit and get down to Union Station quite quickly. So we are doing exactly what you've suggested and are really creating a plan that is focused around higher order transit.
Yeah, just to add, Andrew, that our GO station spacing and so forth meets all the requirements today and in the future. The corridor down the center of the boulevard, the transit corridor, we suspect is going to be bus-based at the moment, but it will be designed so that it can change if necessary into some sort of rail net, if that were ever to happen. But I just want to emphasize this is probably one of the largest and most integrated transit-oriented development projects in North America. And it started out as a highway kind of sprawl effort. This is not a retrofit. It's not like we're retrofitting part of the GTA. This is a purposeful plan where if anybody had more time, I'd go over all the nuances in the network and so forth and the open space system that's designed to make it really easy for even vulnerable people to ride their bicycles to the train station or to school. You know, there's a separated bike facility to every single school on this plan. In fact, most of them, probably 90% of them, have 2 trails going to them. So that was done on purpose by design. I think a lot of the times where we see these sort of retrofitted places that were built conventionally and then tried to reform them, this was done right at the very start to be purposely sustainable.
And I think just to follow up on that, that's part of the reason why Councillor Tovey and a group of us started to ensure, and it was approved at the region, that we would advocate for a rail component, or at least for the land to be added to the reserve, so that a rail component, whether for goods or people, would be added to the length of that corridor. So I think that that's important. And I guess the only other question that I had was, and maybe I missed it too, I'm sorry, the hydro corridor. I guess is the plan for you guys to Brampton to bury that hydro corridor, that 40, I think it's 40 meters or so? And how does that play into your overall plan?
Yeah, and that's a great question. We have had a number of meetings with the folks leading the corridor study. Currently, they're joined at the hip with the GTA West EA. And essentially what that is resulting in is a 200-meter swath of land that's going to get sterilized for decades. What we have said to the folks leading the hydro study is, please do not approach this as a conventional suburban situation like a 407 where you put the wires up on those massive steel structures. That type of approach is in polar opposition to the type of place we are trying to create. So what we have asked them to do is to please consider that infrastructure in the right-of-way that we are planning and approach it as an urban piece of infrastructure. There's really 2 ways to do that. You can go underground or you can go high. The central area where we're proposing bus rapid transit has the ability to accommodate overhead wires in an urban format. So we are currently having those discussions, and we are actively requesting that they change the way they're thinking about this. The feedback we have received is this is a very unusual situation for them. They have never had to think this far out in terms of planning that type of infrastructure. So we're hopeful we can make progress and convince them that an urban solution to that infrastructure is the appropriate way to go.
And what would the cost approximately be versus what they're proposing versus what you are suggesting, either overhead or buried as part of an urban design?
Yeah, they haven't got to the stage of detailed design to be able to quantify cost. Obviously, when you go underground, costs are significantly higher to when you go above ground. So again, I think we're going to be quite willing to work with them to come up with a design that is feasible. And it may be that overhead is financially the best approach, even though aesthetically underground is preferred. But again, we haven't got to that level with them.
Right.
I also mentioned that the 40 meters or whatever, the width that they were originally looking for, that's an expensive amount of land, and especially what it would do to the edges of it as well. So I think we'll need to put that into our equation.
Great, thank you, and thank you for presenting. And I think that it's a beautiful concept and a beautiful plan. It speaks to all of the notes. Obviously, we need more information and more detail, and I think that moving it to a next phase is the best way to do that, so that we can get more detail and get more of that information and those numbers, because that's really what is going to be required for us to make the best decision and recommendation to the province. Ultimately, it is their decision. And, you know, as Councillor Vincente had said, you know, looking to Caledon, we're always looking at new, innovative, and different ideas. And to be quite honest, it sounds innovative. It's not. It's done in Europe all over the place. So it's taking what's old and making it new again and more relevant, and building, you know, active transportation community orientated community. So thank you for the presentation and look forward to seeing what comes about in the next phase.
Thank you, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I do have quite a few questions on it, though. Looking at the slide 7.110, am I reading it correctly that the cross-section of this proposal is, I think I converted it to 341 feet from sidewalk to sidewalk?
Yes, you are correct. It's 104 meters, which is about, I think it's about 70 meters narrower than the highway. But yeah, it's a quite a wide boulevard.
Okay, so I mean, when I look at that, and I work a lot on pedestrian safety, road safety, I can't envision a pedestrian crossing a roadway that is that's, you know, you've got it in meters, 104. To me, it's 341 feet, and I'm trying to visualize. You know, if I always look at how wide a house lot is, and how many blocks I would have to walk to get across the road. So while it really looks beautiful, and I'm all for more integrated designs on urban roadways to get away from that, quite frankly, to me, having the truck traffic, the 6 lanes of traveled roadway for cars plus the transit lane in the middle, you know, your throughway lane, that's not pedestrian friendly. And I'm trying to visualize it, and I'm thinking, yeah, that's huge. And I'm not saying that I support highways. I think the GTA West corridor is a waste of money, and it's causing us a lot of problems in my ward, in the north end of my ward. But Councillor Ennis had asked about the cost. So I think your answer was you don't know how much it would cost to build this?
We know it'll be substantially less than the highway, but we don't know the exact cost.
Okay. And I guess the difference would be that the highway is fully paid for by the province, and this would be, I can't see the province kicking in any money because they're going to jump and say, wow, this is great. Peel's going to, you know, build it, so we don't have to pay for that portion of the highway. So this would be paid for by the region of Peel, which would be the 3 municipalities. And I know we've been collecting DCs, but those DCs that were being collected were for a 6-lane north-south road that was going to be just a small boulevard. And there were concerns with that as well, as to the linkage into Mississauga. So, I mean, that on its own is still not a done deal. I certainly support, as Brampton's designing this community, that you need to look at new and unique and more user-friendly ways of providing roads. But to me, this is not pedestrian safe. Yeah, they're separated on each side. I wouldn't think that if you had any retail through here, that it would do very well. You know, you showed the Champs-Élysées in Paris. That's taking your life in your hands to either drive or walk on that roadway in spite of the wide boulevards. Crossing it is a nightmare. I think this would be even worse, but the cost is a big issue. With regard to the train, I think what Councillor Tovey was probably referring to was a project that we have already been working on in Mississauga, called the Missing Link. And that was to remove the freight traffic off the existing CP line that runs through the city down into Toronto. And the proposal was to run it along the corridor if it was ever built, and link across the north end of the city. So that idea came in from, I actually want to credit Rob Trewartha, who was with the mayor's office originally for that, because we've been trying to work on the all-day GO service on the Milton line. As it pertains to the, and I want to say that I wouldn't support any train service running through the north that doesn't address the issues that we've been working on through that in Mississauga. With regard to GO, as a Mississauga councillor, I could certainly not support asking Metrolinx to put in a GO service that runs between that area and Waterloo until we have completed and Metrolinx has built the GO service that we've been working on for 30 years on the Milton line, which is to link the Milton line with Waterloo, Cambridge, Kitchener, and to provide the all-day two-way GO service on that line. Currently have 46,000 jobs that we need to get people to just in my ward, and then adding the other part of the Meadowvale Business Park in Councillor Carlson's ward, which adds even more. And we've been working on that for a long time. So as Mississauga councillors, I don't see how any of us could support a project, spending money on a project that, or advocating until we get that service that is so far overdue, so that a new development can be built. It just doesn't make any sense to us. So I would like to hear more concrete. You know, when I asked the question about the cost, you said all you know is it would cost less than the highway. Well, you haven't given me any numbers, so you know, I guess I could take you at your word that it's going to cost less than a highway, but I believe in seeing the numbers. So I would like to see that. So let me see now here. Okay. So, you know, while I applaud Brampton for thinking outside the box, I think that's a very smart thing to do. I just don't think that this is the time that I can't see our council supporting it. At least I can't. And, you know, given what we've been working on in Mississauga, could I ask who's paying for the study for this? Is it Brampton paying for this study?
That's correct. It's funded by the City of Brampton.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. And perhaps regional staff could provide us with, it doesn't need to be now because I don't think we're doing anything with it today, but perhaps regional staff could provide us with some more detailed information on the original plan and costing when we agreed, rather reluctantly on Mississauga's part, I want to say, but we didn't have even 50% of the vote at the time. When it was agreed by regional council to start collecting DCs for the north-south corridor that would serve the west part of Brampton, I'd like to see those costs, what we were expecting to pay, and what this would cost, and where we are as it relates to the financials. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Could we address her question about the cost? I have a couple of numbers that might help.
Please go ahead.
So one of the costs, of course, is about 50% less, 33% less land used. So there's a cost right there, and there's 2 fewer interchanges, which helps the costs as well. And I'd like to address the safety issue. You know, there's 6-lane arterials, you know, around the GTA, and this will be safer than a 6-lane arterial for a few reasons. One is it's got, if you remember the rendering, it's got 8 rows of trees down it to create a sense of enclosure. We're trying to calm the traffic through enclosure, textures, views. One of the biggest contributions to bad safety outcomes is speed and expectations. And we're trying through design to create an expectation of people and not just sort of car territory. The Champs-Élysées is difficult to cross. When it was designed, cars had not been invented, and so people used to cross that street all over the place, and we know that, and so we've included 6 refuges across the streets. You can go across in stages, and most people won't be going all the way across. The transit's put in the middle, but the transit could go on the edges as well. So, this is just one example of probably several boulevard layouts that we're looking for. And though you have concerns about safety of crossing the Champs-Élysées, the retailing does very well. And we're providing a retail zone. We're providing some sort of urban design guidance. The densities and the health districts and so forth, and the mix will create an environment where there'll be a lot of what we call social and economic exchange. And on both sides of the boulevard, if you look closely at the plan, you'll notice that it's got 2-way separated bike facilities. So all of these shops and whatnot will be within a 5-minute bike ride of all the residences along, to use the boulevard. And the last thing I'd just like to suggest is that we're right-sizing a little main street to come in here of more of a human scale, and it will be designed as cool as the boulevard. It will be a flush environment where folks in wheelchairs and so forth can use the whole space without encountering curbs. And that's exactly what we're doing on both sides of the boulevard. So it'll be highly inclusive and probably more friendly for people with either vision disabilities or physical disabilities to use the boulevard.
And Ian,
Ian,
if I could just add the comment from Councillor Sato about the GO station. Just to be very clear that, as I'm sure you're well aware, the funding model has changed. GO stations now are privately funded. They are not funded from Metrolinx. So I don't think this is an issue of it's Mississauga versus Brampton. We would look at our own funding model to pay for this. The only issue is, can we convince Metrolinx that it's worth their time to stop and pick up passengers along the corridor? That's the discussion we're having. And we believe the densities we're talking about here of people and jobs is worth them stopping the train to let people get on and off. It's not an issue of us competing for dollars to fund stations on either line.
And thank you both for those explanations. I tend to, I'm going to disagree with with the comment on the safety on the road. You are still, regardless of how many refuges you have, for a pedestrian or anyone to cross from one side of that road to the other, they are interacting with 11 lanes of traffic, one of which, I guess 2 of which, because there's 2-way, would be heavy truck traffic and transit traffic. So it's not necessarily the fact that you have, and I've been working on this stuff for 30 years on traffic safety. It's not just necessarily the fact that you have refuge lanes, it's the sheer number of interactions between pedestrians and motor vehicles that would be interacting with. So I will leave it at that. Looks really beautiful. Don't think I would want it in my community. There's, and I know highways divide the community, but this doesn't really bring both sides of the community together as it probably should when you add in all the trucks and all the other traffic. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato, one quick point just before I go to the next speaker. And you've mentioned the Champs-Élysées. The Europeans are very clever when it comes to traversing major roads like that. You can use the underground subway system as your causeway. So whether you get on, first of all, they have a subway system, but when you're coming up the Champs-Élysées, and I've done it many times, you can make sure if you're getting out of your subway, you can get out on the east, the west, etc. Or if you're a pedestrian, you don't have to get into the subway at all. You can use the same causeway. Probably the best example in the world is Piccadilly Circus in London, which I think has 6 exits. And if you're a non-subway user, you can use it to navigate underground and get out where you want to get. So they work in a different sense. The other point I'd make is, though, not uncommon for some of the major roads in Europe that you go halfway across and wait for the next light to get you the other halfway across. So those are just some of my experiences over there, because I've looked at transit all over the world as well. Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm so happy you brought up those examples in London, England. I lived in London, England, around Piccadilly Circus, and have traveled around Europe. I have been a cyclist and an active transportation person in the city of Toronto, biking to work, biking across University Avenue, which is a little bit similar to what we are looking right now in terms of that boulevard in the middle for pedestrians to take a break. And so I will respectfully disagree with Councillor Sato in that there are ways based on models in Europe, models in Toronto, models in Montreal, where this type of concept has been implemented. And I will also say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result every single time. The assumptions and the research and evidence around the world when it comes to climate change, when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, all point to different ways of doing things. And I'm very proud that Brampton is putting forward this particular model, especially when we are trying very hard to balance out the needs and shift the culture, which is far more driver-based than what our residents want, what our stakeholders have shared with us, as well as what the federal government has shared and other jurisdictions around the world have shared with us. This development is going to be happening much into the future. Our young people have provided input. They want the city of Brampton to be addressing issues related to climate change. The city of Brampton passed a community energy and emissions reduction plan, which includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050. That's their future we're talking about, and what we are doing is building into the future. I'd prefer us to really look at how creative and different we are going to take this approach. Staff have already shared that it will cost 50% or 50% less, I believe is what they said, or significantly less than what a highway would do. And I would also emphasize the unfortunate multiplier effect that building a traditional highway would be versus the multiplier effect when it comes to building a development like this. And so at the end of the day, I know that Councillor Palashi is bringing forward a motion. I did want to emphasize that we have declared a climate emergency, that we have passed the community energy emissions reduction plan unanimously supported by council based on facts, evidence, and research. Transportation represents over 60% of greenhouse gas emissions in Brampton and probably across the region of Peel. And this particular development also has opportunities for us to look at district energy models, which will further enhance our ability to reach those targets. So folks around the table really care about addressing the future of climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the region of Peel. This obviously is the model that has been proven around the world to be more effective than what the same old thing that we would be doing in the past. So I do encourage my council colleagues to please support it moving forward, and I will have a friendly amendment to Councillor Palashi's motion when it comes forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd support this wholeheartedly. It's a wonderful concept and quite different than traditional 400 series highway, which are really originally designed as military roads in Europe, and the Americans brought it back over here and built a whole series of highways all over the United States in the same concept, and it really doesn't work in an urban area. I guess I would like to point out that in terms of the electrical towers and the corridor, over 200 meters wide, they're going to have to bury the hydro lines near the Brampton Flying Club Airport in any case. So why wouldn't we be requesting them? They do it a whole lot more. I noticed the concept of transportation. In a past life on council, I represented Peel on the Greater Toronto Services Board Transportation Committee. And at that time, I discovered and learned that the railways in the GTA were already full of freight. So this idea that you can simply start jamming more and more passenger and tighter headways in the GTA, I don't think is on. And that needs to be reconfirmed, I think. Going back around 18 years ago, we realized we had to get working on the Mayfield West developments and held a design charrette, got the colored pencils out, threw some ideas around, which was quite useful. That led to the hiring of some urban designers, and we actually had a competition between which development group, either the west of 10 or east of 10, was going to go ahead. Had some very top architects involved in making helping council make a decision. And part of all of that was Caledon did not want to repeat Springdale up in Caledon. So we really tried to do some interesting urban designing up there, and I would certainly support having a presentation to Caledon Council from Brampton staff on their thinking here, because it seems to be very fresh and innovative. So I support it overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, well, I will respectfully ask Councillor Paleshi not to move a motion of support because I don't want to have to vote against it. There are too many unknowns, as Mayor Thompson pointed out. We're maybe putting the cart before the horse. One of the things we do in Mississauga is when there is a presentation with a follow-up motion, we give it to our staff to look at. This was strictly listed as a presentation. There was no motion attached to it, and I find that very uncomfortable. I live, or I don't live, but I exist in Malton, where we have transport trucks along Airport Road and up Derry, and you can't cross there. You take your life in your hands, and there's no tunnels going under it. This does require provincial support, and I can understand if you get it approved here at Regional Council, that carries more weight in getting the provincial support. What I'd love to do, though, is have the Brampton staff come and present to Mississauga Council or to one of our planning meetings, because this is a fascinating concept. I have no difficulty understanding it. I just have difficulty knowing what it's going to cost. And as Councillor Sato pointed out, the highway will be paid for by the province. If you put your boulevards in, they will be paid for by all our DCs and all our regional taxpayers. So I would move receipt, and I would refer it back to Brampton to bring it to Mississauga planning meeting or council meeting. I really would like to get our staff's opinion on this and their suggestions and their support. This is way too big to have a presentation and then just suddenly vote on it. So I will move receipt and ask Brampton if they would present to Mississauga.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow on Councillor Sinclair, and I do think this is a really good concept, but I also agree. I think I would like to hear from our staff in Caledon what their thoughts are and hear what their comments are with regards to this proposal. The one thing that I am going to ask is that with regards to the 410, I know that many years ago, and I think it's 2010, the province of Ontario protected a swath of land for the Highway 410 to go straight north. And the reason is because of the existing 410 was so poorly designed that it created a lot of traffic safety and concerns and issues for the people in Valleywood. So I'm going to ask that you take a look at that and consider that for the Highway 410 extension going straight north. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
I just wanted to, I heard a comment that I thought I wanted to correct. There was a suggestion that this would lead to a downloading cost to the region appeal. That is something that's never been suggested, and maybe the presenters could speak to that point.
Yes, through to the presenters.
Yes, again, thank you, Mayor Brown. We have not had those discussions, so I think it would be premature to disclose the funding mechanism for this. I think at this time, we are trying to get support around a concept that we would then have follow-up discussions with the province about, as well as staff at the Region of Peel, and report back on what an appropriate funding mechanism could look like to deliver this.
Yeah, and I would add to that that this really is a choice between a highway and a more green, more environmentally, more health-friendly version of this transportation corridor. The government has said they're full steam ahead of this. And so let's make no mistake about it. By delaying offering support, it's only going to have the ball further down the road of this being a traditional highway. And so if some councillors need more time to get their to think about this concept, I would just say the caution I would throw out there is that given that this is full steam ahead, we don't have the significant luxury of time. And so if it's a few weeks, that's one thing, but we really need to make sure the province is on board for this modified version of this transportation corridor. And so I really think this is a test of us. You know, I read a recent web article in the Pointer that spoke about this, and that's what they said. This is a test of our commitment to our climate change goals, and you know, we've declared a climate change emergency, and so you know, it's one thing for us to make commitments, but there's going to be decisions that come along with those commitments that really suggest whether we are committed to that. A traditional highway, a more concrete. A city built for cars is not what we've talked about in terms of the type of city and the type of community and the type of region we want to build. And so I know there's some that would say, oh, if we say nothing, then we're against a highway. That's not the option we have right now. And so we should not be naive to thinking if we do nothing, then nothing happens. The highway is full steam ahead right now. So please be mindful of that, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This has been very proud of the discussion that's been happening. Some fantastic questions, and you know, I've been involved with this for a very long time. Countless hours, workshops, consultations, meetings, motions, and the list goes on and on. So it's something that I'm pretty passionate about, and I absolutely loved a lot of the conversation that we're having with Councillor Sato and Councillor Parrish. This is exactly what we want to achieve. We want to answer all of these questions that you have, and moving forward is the only way. I do regret that that we didn't delegate to Caledon and to Mississauga first. I thought that in my head, and the discussions were that we would bring it to all those municipalities, but I think with everything that's been going on so far with the province and our look at the 2051 numbers and everything, it was time to, like Mayor Brown had said, that we needed to go forward. But I will be bringing the motion forward. I'd like to put it on the floor. And I think what this motion does is essentially it's requesting that the province include the concept within their EA so that we can have a lot of those questions answered. And we have the exact same questions. Right away, your first question as a politician is, how much is this going to cost? And Councillor Sato, thank you for bringing up the north-south corridor, the regional road that a lot of members probably won't know. You do, as a representative of the municipality to the south and northwest of Mississauga, and myself, as it goes right through our area. So the monies that are allotted and the work that's been done there. So I think that this motion talks a lot about moving forward, answering some of those questions that we want answered, but more importantly, for regional council through a joint City of Brampton Region Appeal report, but in consultation with the town of Caledon and Mississauga, with the results and recommendations to come forward. So answering our questions, bringing it back to regional council, but ensuring that, and I will be pushing staff from after today, moving forward, that we get in front of both Caledon and Mississauga. Really, a 5-minute delegation doesn't do this boulevard justice whatsoever. It was a lot of time and effort and questions being put into trying to get down to answering some of those questions. And unfortunately, we don't have all the answers as of right now because we need to move to that next step. And I think that this motion moves us to the next step and always brings it back to regional council to be able to have some of those answers that or questions answered. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that motion to the floor if you can put it up on the screen.
Yes, and let me just be clear on the procedure that we're following, that the clerks reconfirm for me. As is normal, the first motion that I'll have before me is the motion to receive the delegations, followed by the motion to receive the report itself, 15-1, and then Councillor Pelletier, if afterwards you wish to make another motion, we will entertain your motion that we know we have before us. But the first motion that we'll deal with is, of course, receipt of the delegates, and then we will receive the report. Then it's up to regional council to decide where we go from there. Councillor Downey.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, which report?
15-1, the one that's before us on the agenda.
Oh, and that report was brought forward?
Yeah, that's the next motion that we have, just in the normal flow of things. Receive the delegations, receive the report as it was listed, and then Councillor Pelletier, I come to you for whatever motion you'd like to make. Okay, moving on, Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I appreciate the presentation. I actually had the opportunity to hear it last week at the Conservation Authority. And I think all of us can support the principle of the conversation, having the questions asked, working with our provincial partners and our municipal partners to really come up with the best possible solution to growth in our areas and the best possible way to support our communities. I think that, as the Chair of Health, we look at Peel and we know that, the majority of our areas are suburban, and we have become quickly a car culture, and that impacts our health and our lifestyles and, the number of times we go through a drive-through every day. So I think that really looking and taking a really close look at this and really having those questions asked is important. I'm looking forward to, hearing what the province has to say, hearing, what our municipal partners have to say. And I think that taking this first step to move towards that conversation and get those answers and come up with a solution that is best for Peel is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. I've got a new system here. So I support receipt. Let me say that I think what you want to do here is aspirational, inspirational, and very beautiful. I really do. But I also think you're putting the cart before the horse, and you've all just said so. You hope to come to our councils and brief us on it. I think you should have done that first. I think that needs to be done first. I think you need to delegate to the partners first. And the reason is because we're using regional DCs, right? So we all need to have buy-in to this. I think you're rushing it. I really have a sense like you're rushing this, and we don't have financials. And it's nice for the consultants to say this is going to cost less. Those are pretty fancy boulevards with lots of interlocking brick and green grass, and they're really beautiful, and there'll be light standards, etc. And I can't see how that building that will be cheaper than just paving roads with asphalt. So this is really beautiful, but I think it'd be more appropriate for Main Street in Brampton, like an extension of Hurontario. This is exactly what we're trying to do on Hurontario with the LRT going through the middle. And in fact, even on the Lakeview site, we're trying to do those beautiful wide boulevards, etc. It's beautiful. I just think you've got it in the wrong place. Like when I think about the concept, you've got a huge, 8-lane highway being channeled down to this boulevard. I mean, where are all those trucks going to go? What about all the fumes from those trucks? I mean, I think there's a lot of things we haven't considered here. I think you've got a beautiful concept. You're just putting it in the wrong location, which just tells me that the corridor is going through a piece of land that you had intended to build this beautiful new development on. And unfortunately, now you got to make the two jive together, and they don't, because you can't take this 8-lane highway down to this beautiful boulevard, which is beautiful. I support the beautiful boulevard. I just don't think you connect it to a GTA West corridor, because those trucks have nowhere to go. They're going to be driving on it, and I don't see pedestrians crossing with all those trucks coming in, as Councillor Parrish said. You know, we looked at Dairy Road, you wouldn't cross, you would take your life in your hands if you tried to cross that. So those are some of my comments. I mean, it is beautiful. I just think you're putting it in the wrong place. And so I'm not prepared to support any kind of support motion. I think a lot of work needs to be done. And first of all, as you all said, we should take it to our partners. Let's take it to the partners and let's look at the financials, because I, for one, do not believe that it's going to cost a lot less than just paving over a road, just creating an asphalt highway, because it's really beautiful, but it's really intricate and it's got lots of detail going on there. So lots going on, and you're using regional DCs to do it. So I think you have to have buy-in from the partners. So let's not rush this. Let's get it right. And you deserve your beautiful boulevard, but let's put it in the right place. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to first say, I just love the idea, love the concept, love the branding. In fact, the 15-minute walk, I think you even said 10. I want to make Cooksville a 15-minute walkable area, and I've asked staff to brand Cooksville as 15 minutes, to everything. So just love the idea. I do have some concerns, and or some clarifications that I'd like to know. This boulevard, to me, is sort of a de facto highway. That's how I'm seeing it, because it's 110 meters wide. I don't know how wide a highway would be. Would a highway be 130 meters? What would the speed limit be on this boulevard? And then does this boulevard connect to the highway? I couldn't quite clarify. Does the boulevard then eventually become the GTA West corridor? Can someone just clarify that for me first?
Yeah, so why don't I start, and Ian, you can add anything I missed. What we are starting with is a boulevard that would connect with the GTA West corridor. We have tried to maintain connectivity and working within the alignment that the province has identified. To the comments about the actual design of the cross-section, again, if the partners throughout our region, the town of Caledon, would like to work with us and explore different design solutions, we are completely open to that. If we were to look at narrowing it, there are a number of things that can be done within that section. This is a starting place. We wanted to get a different approach out for discussion. So I hope that answers your questions.
It does. So I guess the way I look at it is, unless the province is willing to agree to this doesn't go forward, because they have the GTA West corridor. And what you're trying to do is take a sliver of that GTA West corridor and sort of make it into a boulevard. So, and I see this, it's clever, because it does allow you to develop the lands independent of the highway getting built whenever it does. So I get that, and nothing wrong with that either. But if the region has to pay for the road because the province sees an opportunity and says, well, all right, the region pays for this and then we'll pay for the rest of the highway, I think it would be a bit of a non-starter. So until I wouldn't be comfortable supporting this, or supporting a motion that supports this in principle, because if implicit in that is we may have to carry the cost, I think that's going to be problematic for me. So I think we need more clarity from the province, and I don't understand why talks with the province cannot keep going ahead regardless of whether we pass a motion here today or not. I'd actually want to hear from the province directly what they thought of this plan. So, I don't know, Chair, if that's a possibility. Can we have the province delegate to the region and talk about what this plan means in terms of their GTA West corridor planning and how this might align with that?
If I could add just one quick point. One of the points you've raised is of high concern to us, and that is the cost of acquiring land and building the highway in the post-COVID environment. We think it is going to be very difficult for the province to achieve, which raises the question in our minds, is this highway actually ever going to materialize? I think from Brampton's perspective, we're trying to unlock these lands and get moving. And we believe this path actually has the reality of happening. We obviously have to do work with regional staff and all of our partners to cost this and come back to region and update on that. But that is a real concern to us, that we're not sure that the highway is ever going to materialize. If it does, it could be 30 to 50 years out. And where does that leave Brampton and Caledon for the next 3 to 5 decades?
And I understand that concern, but the equally valid concern is if we want to develop these lands without the highway being a consideration, then who pays for that infrastructure and who pays for this boulevard? I think that's a valid question that needs to be determined.
So I'll add to Andrew's answer a little bit. This is Ian. So when you're trying to build support for something that's changing a trajectory that's been around for a long time, it's difficult to figure out what order to do it in. And if you go to the province right away and say, hey, would you like to do this change? They'll probably say, well, what do all the other folks think? What does your council think? What do the property owners think? So we think we're building up support, and we hope that the idea of doing something that's more environmentally sustainable and physically responsible is contagious. We've heard a lot of support for that today. And some of the issues like the truck lanes, we put them in there because we were told that trucking is a big interest. And when you look at the geography of the GTA, it seems to us that that's a bit of a misleading statement, because the industrial areas are much better served by other highways. I don't think folks would do a big kind of U-turn around the north part of the GTA to go places. So I think we put that in because of that concern. It shows a number of lanes there, but they could be smaller. And if the other jurisdictions were to follow suit, they would be more independent and self-reliant as well with their development and less car-oriented. So it was a starter idea for Brampton alone, as if the rest would perhaps go as planned. But we're really hoping that this idea is contagious. And I'd like to address the issue of the wrong place. When the Champs-Élysées was built, and this is in one of our longer presentations about this, it was built in farm fields. It wasn't a retrofit. Paris was growing, and they wanted to develop an area with a beautiful boulevard that would create a type of development that they thought was desirable. And we're trying to do the same thing. And you're right, it is beautiful, but I don't agree it's in the wrong place. If when we're building new developments and communities, why can't they have nice design? Why does it have to go someplace else? I don't mean that it shouldn't go other places. And we heard a number of folks, talk about what they'd like to do in other places, and we would support that. But I don't think that we have to do something that's not environmentally sustainable or not walkable, because it's a new development or it's seemingly in the wrong place. I think it's in the perfect place to do something really cool and really sustainable. Thank you.
So, Chair, my final thoughts are just this, that I have no quarrel with the development per se. But I think we need to quite figure out what this boulevard looks like, what it's going to cost. And absent the boulevard, if you were to develop those lands, where would all the people, I understand people can live, work, and everything in 15 minutes, but they still need to get to other places. They need to go see friends, families, visit. Would it all then go on the 401 if there was no alternative highway, and what impacts that might have? So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I guess as you go through this 15-minute development, which is great, one of the things that, Brampton, I wonder, has to think about is, what about your Highway 10 corridor? I mean, that's where Mississauga is doing all of its intensification and trying to create those 15-minute walkable communities, and that's a great opportunity. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeMerlo. I'm going to answer the question you've asked of me, because I think you're right. Some greater clarity is needed from the province. And it's very difficult, as my colleagues will know, when we know as a matter of fact that the province has said the GTA West Corridor is going through. We've sort of recognized that. And just a couple of months ago, we did some great work with regards to ROPA 30 when the actual outline of the highway was made clear, liberated some lands, and we solved some problems there. So to now pretend the 413 isn't going through, it's quite a quandary for me as your chair, and I think for all of us. So fundamentally, you're right. I think we need clarity from the province for this thing to have a life, because they otherwise clearly have a veto. And they've clearly pronounced what they're doing. They're building a 413, and we've been working within that framework. So without question, we need some clarity. You've asked me for it. We're going to have to get to that point without question. Councillor Dasko.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate all of the comments and dialogue going on today. Some of this sounds aspirational, almost like the early days of Lakeview, and talk of things like district energy and things like that for the area. I gotta say, like all of that, it sounds quite interesting. My biggest concern here is that the former mayor of Mississauga had a great phrase, and she said, "Do your homework." And I don't know that all the homework's been done here yet. The tone, it sounds great, etc. One big question I think has been brought up several times, and that's a big question mark for me, is who pays for this at the end of the day? The highway would be financed by the MTO. Is there still a possibility of having the MTO foot the bill for something like this? And I ask this because I'm wondering if that has been brought up with the local area MPPs and the Minister of Transportation. I'm just wondering what dialogue has gone on with the province with regards to this plan, and if they're looking to adopt this. I know formally this is something that we're looking to put forward, as a region. But I'm just wondering what homework has been done on this so far. If anybody can answer that.
I can answer that, Mr. Chair. Politically, I can answer that.
Please.
I can also answer that if you like.
Yes, I think it's an important piece to the mayor and to Councillor Peleshi. What has been done with our other level of government friends?
I can start, and Councillor Peleshi is the ward councillor. You can add to it. I spoke to both the government MPPs in Brampton on a number of occasions, highlighting how important this is. They told us they would lobby the province for us on this. We have their commitment to work their hardest to make this happen. We've also spoken to the Minister of Transportation's office about this, the Minister herself and the Director of Stakeholder Relations, and they haven't said no. Their concern was around they didn't want to slow down the highway. They want this highway to happen as soon as possible. And so I think we just need to build the business case that suggests this will not change the timelines. But their goal number one is getting shovels in the ground. And that's why I said earlier, a time is not our friend.
Could I give a technical answer? This is Ian to the homework question.
Please.
I agree that more homework needs to be done, like the actual costs and so forth. And the cost will change. The value of the land will be much higher, of course, with the boulevard, as the developers and owners know. But I think the environmental assessment should look at a variety of options. I don't think they've done their homework at the province properly. An EA is supposed to look at a range, and as far as I know, all of the alternatives they looked at were highway alternatives, and they should do at least one sustainable alternative or one boulevard alternative. So I think the recommendation to have them include this in the EA is a really smart move. Thanks.
I'm sorry. I just think that, you know, right now, adopting this for receipt until we have some of these things answered, because I'm not prepared to commit anything until we get some more answers. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I carry on, the clerk has reminded me, and this is I've been a little liberal, and I think some of you are asking questions of the delegation, which is all we should be doing, and some of you are perhaps speaking to a motion that may be forthcoming. I remind you all, just for questions to continue on of the delegate, and there have been quite a few, and they've chimed in to give us some clarity. Let's try to stick to that so we can keep moving along. My list is Sato Paleshi, Mayor Thompson, Councillor Innes. Councillor Sato.
Mr. Chair, I will go off because I wanted to clarify that I had asked for 15.1 to be held, for another reason. So I just didn't want it getting dealt with through this motion alone.
And
but
I will
have questions of the motion, so I'll come back on.
And I will acknowledge you then. Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So questions of the delegation. You've been, and I don't know who wants to answer this, maybe Andrew. Andrew, there's been a lot of questions related to the costs, and some fantastic questions, and Councillor Dasko brings up a really good point. If you've had an opportunity to look at the motion with relation to the delegation and the questions that have been asked, the first therefore be resolved in relation to some of the questions is basically what all members have been saying, that they like the idea of a boulevard. But then the second, therefore, be it resolved, which gets into a lot of the questions that are being asked. Are we able to provide answers to the questions without requesting the province include the boulevard into the EA process?
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I think it's both. Ian raises a very good point that we do not believe that the province is doing this EA correctly, and they actually need to broaden the scope. Right out of the gate, it was flawed because they attached a design speed of 120 kilometers to it. They should have looked at a boulevard option as proper due diligence for this corridor. So I think asking them to do that will get a lot of the information that Regional Council is looking for. But additionally, I think City of Brampton staff, working with our consultant team and Regional Peel staff, can roll up our sleeves and get a lot of the data that I think Regional Council is looking for and report back on that as part of that motion.
And then going to the next direction, is it of the mind that that direction provides the opportunity to be able to come back to the local municipalities, the municipalities that are surrounding and are directly affected by the GTA West and the Credit Valley Conservation Authority, to engage with them on some of the impacts that this puts forward?
Absolutely, that is the intention. And I will add, although we have not yet delegated to City of Mississauga and Town of Caledon Council, we have had numerous discussions with staff at all adjacent municipalities. So we have begun that dialogue, but we appreciate and will absolutely follow up with delegations to council. But that would be the intention, is to work with all of the neighbors as part of this.
And that's good that the ball is rolling on the staff side of it. I guess the process then would be to go to those municipalities. You give your 5-minute delegations, and then hopefully the municipalities then refer that to staff so that more work can be done. But as of right now, we've had discussions with staff at the two municipalities, and then providing that council requests the province to look at the boulevard and include it in their EA process, then we can have more of those answers, more of the questions answered by not only members of council, but also staff at the locals, correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, the last one is just for the circulation of everything to be put forward to all of the impacted municipalities. So thank you. Those are my questions of the delegation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Quick question. I got to say, there's a lot of lot of stuff said. I think Brampton thinks that because they've done all the good environmental stuff that Brampton or Caledon, Mississauga haven't. We have too. My question is just watching the Brampton concept, I'm just trying to figure out if we go this way, we can't pay for it because we don't have the density of the population, nor are we built out enough to get the landowners to buy into something like this. My question is, though, this is good on the Heritage Heights, but to sell this to the province, have you designed a concept for the east side of Brampton on the bottom end of Bolton?
Through Mayor Thompson, the answer is no. We have focused entirely on Heritage Heights. We are hopeful through this discussion at Regional Council that there may be consideration to look at the broader corridor, but we were given direction to solely focus on what made sense for Heritage Heights, and that has been our focus.
Okay, so I just want to get a clarification because I know there's a lot been said that Caledon and everybody else to look at this concept. This is just only Heritage Heights that you're looking at, nothing else.
So just to clarify, build on Andrew's point there. So the original scoping for this that Ian and his team were given was that it would work well with the GTA West corridor that the province had been proposing. So within the corridor as proposed, and the boulevard will transition well between a highway at either end and go back into that form, or it could use a boulevard concept longer, but we didn't want to predispose an answer for the adjacent municipalities. So if the concepts were to stay the same outside of Heritage Heights, it works well, the traffic flows well, and in fact, I think one of the things Ian's emphasized is the goods movement probably works better in the boulevard than it would in a 400 series highway.
Have you talked to Halton Hills?
So I think, as Andrew has indicated, we've had meetings with staff and have had positive feedback from them as well.
Okay, because here's where I'm going is originally the highway corridor was to run from Highway 400 through Halton Hills to Guelph down to Fort Erie. Then they decided, the Liberal government, that was what was proposed by the Conservatives at the time, and that's where the Brampton West Parkway, which is what you guys are talking about now, would come up and join the highway. What happened was then the Liberal government took a look at it and said, no, we don't want to go through the Greenbelt. We don't want to go through the escarpment. So we'll go down through the Brampton West Parkway and link onto the 410, 401. All I'm just saying is that was my wondering, and I'm just being the devil's advocate here. I'm just trying to think of everything. I agree with Mayor Crombie, and I've said before, I think you've got an awesome concept. I'm just trying to put it in a practical sense, knowing we're dealing with the province and how we get there. And I'm willing to today support your concept. I'm willing to do that. All I'm just saying is it could say the province will say, well, you know what, we're going to extend the EA and we're going to blow through Halton Hills, which they didn't want, and down through Guelph to Fort Erie. And maybe in the long term for goods movement, it's a good thing, because to get to Western Canada now, you got to drive through Toronto. Your concepts are great. The only thing I will say on your drawings that I've seen is I'm disappointed you haven't got an LRT or a rail system. I know when they were talking about a hydro corridor through Caledon, we're asking why aren't you running a LRT through that hydro corridor like they do in Europe. The one thing that Europe's got that we haven't got, and I think Chair IANNICCA identified it quite well, is they have metros, they have trains that they move people. Here we move freight, because the public here can't pay the freight to ride the rails. So that's why the car is king. We have to really get creative on how we do future transit and how we move. And that's why I'm saying LRT, I think, is really the answer. But I think there's a lot of things. I think you're onto something great. But I understand where Mayor Brown wants to go. But I agree with Mayor Crombie. I just think we're just not there yet. But I don't want to kill innovation and creativity, because I think you're onto something here. But I'm just saying, looking forward to further discussion. I don't want to relay this, but that's why I was asking if saying, well, Callan, are you looking at this, and what have you done on the other side of Brampton? I just wanted to know, because to get anybody to buy in, if you build it all that way or just part of it, and that's what I was just trying to get my head around, where you're going on this. So, because I know what your presentation was, but with the discussion, listening to the councillors from Brampton, I was wondering, okay, so where are we going on this? So, thank you very much for the clarification. The concept I'm willing to endorse, but that's I like Mayor Crombie. There's a lot of answers, a lot of questions, and I know Caledon we need to really definitely discuss. And we don't. One thing we do embrace is green innovation, and we got to think of different ways in doing things. So this is something that's going to be interesting going forward, and let's see where this concept goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demerla.
I just had a question because I've been hearing two different, arguments. I've heard the consultants say repeatedly that, the highway may not get built for 50 years. On the other hand, I've heard Brampton Council suggest that, the province is already working on it and we have no time to lose. So I'm just trying to figure out, because the urgency of the motion is being predicated on we have no time to lose because the province is going ahead with building the highway and doing the EA and all of that. So perhaps someone can just clarify.
Councillor Demerla, maybe I will, by saying this is what I tried to speak to. I think your question is pending, and it is only the province that can clarify, and that has to come out through this process. That's what I was trying to acknowledge when you quite rightly raised it then. I don't know that anybody in this room can clarify what the province is going to tell us definitively. So more to follow on that without question, if that's acceptable. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify what the motion for receipt entails. It's receipt, period. It's not an endorsement. I would also, as part of that motion, ask that the presenters come to a planning meeting at Mississauga at their earliest convenience, which should be in another week, I think. It's a great presentation. I want our staff to see it. I've tried to ask our staff if they have any opinions on this, and I'm not getting an answer. So I would almost suspect that if they were really well versed in this, they would have told us yesterday at our council meeting that this is coming up and this is how we feel about it. So we got no direction yesterday. The mayor's answer, in that he talked to the MPPs and they're going to talk to the ministers. I've been there, done that. It's not going to do much. I think what you really need is the support of the region behind this. And the only way I would agree to support it is if it goes thoroughly vetted through first our staff, then regional staff, and we all know exactly what it's going to cost, how it's going to be done. And you've worked very quickly in Brampton to get it this far. I'm sure in the next week or two you can do just as quick work and make sure we're all well versed. 2 weeks from now, we know exactly what's going on. So that's what my referral or my receipt entails.
Thank you, and we'll clarify that when we have 15-1 before us. Anybody else going forward on my list? Questions for the delegation only. My list is Groves, Sato, Starr, Ras. Councillor Groves.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to take my hand down.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you. Yes, I do have a question for the delegation. If we receive and refer, because Councillor Parrish is not moving a referral, and I would do that, Mr. Chair. If we refer this back to you and to regional staff to do some more work on the financials and the questions that were raised today, I really don't want to see the same presentation at Mississauga Council. unless there is new information, we're all here around the table. And I just don't see the value of having you come to Mississauga Council and giving the same presentation, at which point we would say, let's refer it to staff. I think that is wasting time. So I would prefer to refer it back to the presenters today and to gather the information that we've been asking for, some more financials, and all of the other, I think you can get some emission numbers and of traffic, things like that. But quite frankly, that's a little bit, at this point, is a little bit less important for endorsing a concept than the financials are to our taxpayers. So I would ask if the mover of receipt would add a referral. If not, I'll move referral.
And Councillor Sato, what I'm going to do is, you're not asking a question of the delegation.
Well,
I acknowledge.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am asking them. I'm sorry. I'm asking them if they could get that information prior to coming to Mississauga Council to do a presentation before it comes back to the region. And it would be to General Committee in 2 weeks at the earliest.
Very good. And when I deal with the motions as they cascade down, that clarity further to the point, Councillor Parrish, I will ensure you that will be a part of how we proceed. No,
Mr. Chair, I'm asking the delegates, can they get that information for that timing?
Through the chair, it would depend on the degree of specificity that you're looking for. In terms of process, we have the GTA West Corridor EA that's underway right now, which is also at a fairly high level right now. They're certainly not into costing. They're looking at the gross, and I think there's a further report on the agenda today dealing with that. And to kind of get this concept into that process for a similar level of evaluation would, I think, give some of that clarity, so they're being evaluated through the same lens. We can certainly work to bring more specifics back. We have a lot more detailed information that undergirds this, but certainly not down to a level of costing at this point. It really is an intent to explore this additional approach, which would be evaluated, I think, alongside in the EA process, which would probably give the most beneficial assessment for regional council to level look at.
Okay, well, I guess, Mr. Chair, I won't ask another question, and I'll speak to the motion, but I would prefer to refer it back.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Starr.
Call the question.
Madam Clerk. Yeah, we're still dealing with a delegation, and Councillor Starr, the last speaker I have is the local councillor, Councillor Paleshi. Would you allow him to speak, and then I will go to the questions, Councillor Starr?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. As my last speaker, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I just want to, the way the discussion's going, which I'm in very much support of, I want to go to the other municipalities. I want them to have that opportunity. So I am 100% open to listening to that. I just want to ensure that the majority of the questions that are being asked around this table can be worked through and vetted to a certain extent. Once we have that commitment from, the area municipalities to set direction for our staff to work with their staff to be able to come back and answer those questions. So
very good. And what I'm going to do, Michael, is I think as I cascade down through the motions, you will have that opportunity to speak and listen to what the others' concerns might be. And because now I think we've dealt with all the speakers, I can thank the delegations for their presentation. So, and as I said, everybody will have their opportunity to be heard. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move receipt of the delegations as moved by Councillor Paleshi and Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. What I now have before me on our agenda is a motion to receive the report, item 15.1. It has been moved by Councillor Paleshi, seconded by Councillor Vicente. Do I have speakers to the receipt? I see no one on my list. So with that, all those in favor of receipt? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Councillor Paleshi, the last item I had, you had put a motion before me. If you would like to speak to your motion or anything else you would like to say, now that we've received the delegation and now that we've received the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I was trying to get through with this motion is to set the direction to get some of those questions answered. I didn't have the full, I didn't think that it was going to be possible to answer some of those questions. But listening to members of council, and I respect your comments very much, I would like to have the opportunity to, either by way of sending this motion or sending the direction for our staff at the City of Brampton and in consultation with the regional staff to also delegate to the municipalities to get all members discussing and talking to try and get as many of those answers as we can to the questions. So that's the direction I would like to set. That's what I think I'm hearing from all members. So I'm happy to hold off on the motion for support here today, and I'm just asking for a little bit of support when this comes back. If all the questions aren't answered, but you hear from your staff that we would need this to be a part of the EA process to have some of those other questions answered, I hope that members will take that into consideration when it does come back to the region.
Point of order. Point of order.
And you're next on my list, Councillor. I'm going to explain what I think he's trying to say. I'm going to try, and then I'm going to come right to you. So just because we're at the region, if I think what you're telling me is it has to be referred back to our staff and to the local staff, some process has to ensue, then they've got to satisfy everybody that comes back to our staff and a report here to carry on. I believe that's the appropriate procedure. Councillor Parrish.
Well, in my experience, when you receive a report, it's to all intents and purposes, the discussion is over. And to refer it back to our staff is time consuming. And we don't have enough material now. They're doing a projection for boundaries that's supposed to come back to us in January. I don't know if the new city manager wants to comment on this, but if it's being referred to our staff, it implies that the region is interested in the answers. My suggestion is when you move receipt, it's dead as far as any further action is concerned. It can go to the other two councils. It can be resurrected here. I don't even think it would require 2/3. So I might be interested in what the new city manager has to say about staff time on this.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, obviously, if regional council needs us to do work on an issue, we're happy to do that. I think the one question that I've been sort of pondering as I've been listening to the conversation when it comes down to costing, that really becomes relevant if this piece or this boulevard is a regional road. At this point, as you know, and again, forgive me because my knowledge on almost all these issues right now is a mile wide and an inch deep. So I'll give you my best advice and I'll stop when I think I'm getting into areas that I'm not quite sure of. But on the issue of it being a provincial highway or a provincial roadway with a different design, the financial question really only comes into play in terms of the interactions between the provincial highway and the region. And my conversations with regional staff thus far excuse me, would suggest that, we're working with the province on those. We're well aware of where these interactions and intersections are occurring, and we're making all of the necessary inputs and inquiries, and we have the financing to deal with those. If the vision of this piece is that this boulevard would in fact be a roadway that is owned, operated, constructed by developers and then becomes property of the city of Brampton, from a regional perspective, to be perfectly honest, we have no skin in the game at that point. And so I think this is where we need to, I mean, the reality is, I think what Brampton is asking for and looking for, obviously, is support to advocate to the province for them to change their vision of what they're planning to build. But barring it not being a piece of regional infrastructure, I think we're getting hung up on this costing piece, which, back to the question I was asked, which was on staff time, you know, the time we spend should really be requisite to the interests that we have in the project. And at this stage, our regional interest, as I understand it, is simply how regional roads will connect to and ultimately interact and intersect with this infrastructure when it's built down the road, regardless of the form that it takes. I don't know if that helps the conversation or not. I mean, our staff are already very much engaged on the provincial EA for the highway and the work that the province is doing. So that's work that's already underway. I don't know that it would be a tremendous burden to them to look at some other areas. But again, I come back to, I don't believe that this would be a regional road. And so I'm not sure that we're going to be the lead players in helping you get the information that you're looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Sato, as promised, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm going to disagree with Janice on that one, because the presentation clearly said that we have been collecting regional DCs, and the DCs were being collected for the north-south corridor. And my inference from the presentation was that there was an intent for those regional DCs, because it was mentioned how much there was, to be used for this this section of the highway, in which case it would become a regional road and we would have ongoing maintenance for it. So I wonder if regional staff could clarify that the staff that have been involved in this, that the regional levies that we've been collecting that were noted in one of the very first slides that was presented this morning would be applied towards this highway. And the only reason we were collecting the levies was that the intent was that it would be a regional road, the north-south corridor.
Through to the Commissioner, Adrian Smith. I see Adrian on my list, but Andrew Farr might like to speak to it as well. Between the two of you gentlemen, maybe Andrew first.
Sure, I'll start. It's Adrian Smith here. Sorry, I had my mic on mute for a moment there. I can confirm that yes, going back to the original days of when Northwest Brampton was brought in to the regional urban boundary back in I guess it was around 2006, 2005, 2006, there was money collected for a north-south transportation corridor, and that's the DCs that we're talking about, and that was notional at the time. That's since been really superseded by the province and the GTA West and that that whole process. So we've continued to retain that DC money for any sort of regional aspects that would be associated with implementing the highway and connections to and what have you. And so I think the question about the jurisdiction is a fundamental one. At the moment, sort of the thinking and the planning has been associated with the GTA West corridor EA managed by the province, and that's kind of the track we've been on. And I guess if that were to change, we'd have to look at that. So
and Commissioner Farr, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, thanks to the chair. I was going to say a very similar statement. So Adrian covered it pretty well.
Councillor Sato, back to you.
So, Mr. Chair, having it doesn't really answer the question, except that the region has over the years been collecting, what was it, 70 or 90 million in DCs for a corridor, and Brampton is proposing that this would be in that location because it was to go through that neighborhood, which tends to infer that the intent is for it to be a regional road. So through to you, Janice, I think staff needs to do more work. Regional staff does have a leg in the game and needs to do more work on where those DCs are going to be expended, and if they're on this road, then we certainly need to get more financials to determine ongoing operational costs, et cetera.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
No, I want to put my hand down, but I thought we were calling the question, but I'm fine.
And Ron, I think I can do that now because my last speaker was Councillor Paleshi. Oh, Councillor Raz has just come on because I was going to ask Councillor Paleshi as the last speaker. Please put your motion now. Councillor Raz, you, and then Councillor Paleshi, who would like to, I had his original motion that I think he wants to modify for us, and then that's the last kick at it. Councillor Raz, then Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Raz.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I appreciated Councillor Paleshi.
Can barely hear you, Councillor Raz.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I appreciated Councillor Paleshi changing his motion, or he's going to modify it, so we'll be clear. I still know that we have a lot of information that we need to find out. Let's please proceed with that basis. We've spent entirely way too much time talking about this at this particular regional council, so more homework to do, as Councillor Dasko had suggested. If we can please... I know that Councillor Paleshi will speak in about 30 seconds, but if we can please move this forward, looking at those options and finding what some of those unknowns are. This is a concept for all of us that is certainly worth exploring. Thank you.
Councillor Paleshi, please put your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to, based off Councillor Sato's comments as well, put forward the direction that regional staff incorporated with city staff, because the region does have skin in the game. Go to the two municipalities to present the concept and hopefully get those questions answered that councillors have been asking.
Very good. I take that really as a referral to our staff to also deal with the local staff and then come back and report to us. I believe that was also seconded by Councillor Vicente. You have heard the motion, Madam Clerk. I believe I need a recorded vote. I do not. Very good. That being the case, you've heard the motion, referral back to us to then deal with our local partners as well, and then to come back. All those in favor of the motion? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Thank you all. What I'm going to do now, recognizing that we have the COVID report from staff and then also the report from the chief and from Nancy regarding community, I'm going to ask for a 15-minute break now so that we can carry on with some afternoon business. So we will see you back at, let's say, 12:25. Thank you all. Thank you to our delegations. Okay, everybody, we're at 12:25, and I see most of you, so to speak, on my screen, so we're good to go again. Having dealt with the outside delegation, next item we have is item 8, COVID-19 related matters, our update on the Region of Peel's response to COVID-19, an oral presentation from our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Lawrence Lowe. Dr. Lowe.
Thank you, Chair IANNICCA. Good afternoon, members of Regional Council. I'm pleased to provide this update on COVID-19 in our region. Today, I will touch on our current situation, our efforts around equity and vulnerable populations in COVID-19, influenza, and also, finally, just to reiterate our current advice as we are in a modified stage 2. At this time, cases continue to remain steady on the upper bound of the range that we had planned for in our case and contact management processes. We had originally planned for approximately 60 to 100 daily new cases. We're now seeing a slight linear increase and have been sitting around 130 to 150 daily, with some spikes driven by backlog clearing. At this time, we also continue to track our hospitalization and ICU usage, which has remained steady and low throughout the region. We are continuing to contact trace. We are getting help from the province and from other health units to ensure that we don't fall further behind. And to a large extent, we have a general handle remaining on our picture. It's important to remember that as the cases continue to come in, our picture continues to evolve. For the most part, we continue to see large workplaces, large households, and also social gatherings, small and large. Of late, we've also started to see some sports teams pop up And we've also seen, as was mentioned yesterday, a school closure, which was jointly decided on by ourselves and the school board. In the school closure instance, it was recognized that many class cohorts had been quarantined out of a precaution, including the teachers and the staff that supported them, which, as I understand it, created an operational issue for the school. We have not yet seen widespread outbreaks in schools that have necessitated closure, which is very promising given how long schools have been in session and really speaks to the precautions that have been taken in ensuring a safer school reopening. Overall, it is still too early to see the impact of the restrictions that were brought in the modified stage 2, as we're just under 2 weeks in. In general, however, with the cases continuing to remain just outside the upper bound of the range that we had planned for, I believe that the restrictions may have come in at just the right time for the region of Peel, forestalling the development of exponential case growth and ensuring that we will continue to remain in a narrow band as opposed to having this take off and enter the wider community, or especially into vulnerable settings such as long-term care homes. We must be very cognizant of the neighboring situation in other communities. Toronto continues to see significant activity, and we are also starting to see increases in York and Halton regions, which means that the interconnections between our regions may have implications for what happens after our 28 days are completed. I continue to have conversations with medical officers of health throughout the Greater Toronto Area and Ottawa to determine what changes might be foreseen or expected, depending on the data and evidence and metrics that will be seen at the end of this 28-day period. I wanted to speak a little bit about Halloween as well. I know that there is some questions around the provincial decision that was taken. Overall, I support Dr. David Williams' perspective and recognize that from a scientific perspective, trick-or-treating itself is outdoors. If it's done in ideal conditions, it can be fairly low risk, but we know that nothing is ever done ideally. Recalling last year's rainy Halloween, I remember my own daughters and I hiding out in numerous houses due to the rainstorms, using people's bathrooms, lots of people in my neighborhood congregating outside. So the reality is Halloween, just like every other holiday, unfortunately, needs to look a little different this year in 2020. With the hope that more normal days will soon be at hand. And finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about, in talking about our current conditions, wanted to talk a bit about vaccines. These are still being developed at significant pace, and Peel Public Health continues to monitor the various efforts that are being made towards a vaccine. I wanted to reassure people, having worked in vaccine safety, that the recent stoppages due to safety actually should inspire confidence. In general, this is a strict safety mechanism where a trial identifies a potential side effect. They stop the trial to see if the vaccine caused it, and they try to determine if it was caused, how common might it be, what might be expected. This is all done to ensure that ultimately when a vaccine finishes a trial, it is rendered as safe as possible and ensuring that any adverse effects associated with it are no more than what you would expect in the normal population in terms of adverse health outcomes. So with that, I think it's a reassurance, if anything, that those processes remain in place to ensure that vaccines that are developed will be safe and effective. In terms of equity, Peel Public Health is continuing to integrate equity considerations into our planning of new interventions moving forward. As you know, we were one of the first health units in Ontario to start collecting data on self-identified race and occupation. And similar to Toronto, who has recently released a plan, we are currently in the midst of developing our framework that speaks to what is within the immediate control of our pandemic response in respect of vulnerable populations and our role. And we are working with others and the community to make sure that we can discuss and identify where interventions may be deployed. Our focus to date has been on continuing our intensive functions around case and contact management and outbreaks to ensure that we have a clear picture of data, of populations and members of our community that are impacted. This has led us specifically to protecting the vulnerable, for example, in mitigating outbreaks in higher risk workplace settings, in higher risk congregate settings such as shelters and long-term cares, and also pursuing isolation supports such as the Federal Voluntary Isolation Center, which we remain in close discussion with the federal government and are hoping to have a decision soon. We're also continuing to work with others, community groups, and also through the community response table to identify options for advocacy and also other joint efforts on pertinent issues that intersect between the vulnerability of certain segments of our population and COVID-19. Next, turning to influenza, I wanted to highlight that influenza, as you all know, is a seasonal virus, and it's an old foe, many of its symptoms and signs can present like COVID-19. Fortunately, however, we're not dealing with a novel influenza strain this year. For the influenza strains that have circulated in our community previously, we do have a vaccine and we have data from the Southern Hemisphere, which means that there is a significant opportunity for our community to protect ourselves and our community, especially our most vulnerable. So for that reason, I encourage everyone to get an influenza vaccine. For those people who typically haven't gotten an influenza vaccine in the past, I encourage you to consider getting it because it really helps to take influenza out of the equation. And if you've got non-specific flu-like symptoms, if you have a vaccine, it makes it less likely that it's influenza and means that you might be able to more accurately diagnose whether this is COVID or something else. For those who are supportive of an influenza vaccine, I ask for your patience. There is significant and unprecedented demand this year for the influenza vaccine. And every year, the province distributes vaccines on an allocation to each health unit, and then we then have to allocate it to clinics throughout the region. We also run our own clinics, and we also have pharmacies that get it directly from the provincial government. So there are lots of places where you can get flu vaccine, but as with everything, it's being produced, it's being rolled out to the provincial government, and subsequently it's being rolled on to health units, and we're getting it off our shelves as quickly as we can to get it out in the community. But I encourage people to plan to have a plan similar to snow tires. This isn't something to leave to the last minute. Try to book an appointment, try to call ahead, make sure that the vaccine is there. We will try to get as much vaccine out as we possibly can, and I do know that the province, who leads on this, is continuing to try to procure lots of vaccine. Our clinics that Peel Public Health runs will be prioritized for individuals who do not have OHIP and also for children aged 6 months to 5 years. More information on our clinics is available at peelregion.ca/flu. And to respond to previous questions from Council around walk-in or drive-throughs, we have looked at drive-through options, but there are challenges and logistical costs associated with it. We know that other health units have chosen drive-through options, but they have acknowledged in conversations with us that the operation would not be sustainable as the weather gets colder. And there's also concerns around immunizing drivers, particularly if they have an adverse reaction such as fainting from worry, which is something that we definitely want to minimize. So to the extent that we can operate flu clinics out of regional facilities, this is our aim to both ensure that it's easy for residents within close proximity to roads and public transport, and also remain as cost neutral as possible in the course of providing influenza. It also allows for easier setup and logistical operations. More information and more details around flu will be ramped up in the coming weeks as a public-facing communications campaign aligned with the province's own messages begins to be delivered. So with that, I've now spoken a bit about our current picture, equity, and also influenza. I'll close by saying that overall, in respect of COVID-19, there are lots of questions out there. And I do want to actually thank Council and the public on behalf of my team. We were grateful for the support. Today marks almost 10 months to the day that we entered our emergency response. And certainly this has been heavy and difficult work, needing to constantly take immediate action to address outbreaks in our community and changes in the viral picture. Next week, or next council meeting, I hope to bring a report that basically debriefs what we found on wave 1 and our plans for the future. And I want to also clarify a lot of the advice that's been out there. I know that there's been a lot of focus on things like dance studios, Halloween, different pieces of legislation that have come out and regulation. But I really want to just reemphasize in closing, if I have to boil this down to one thing, COVID-19 is a disease that spreads from person to person, which means if we stop meeting in person, we actually stop the spread of the disease. And so to the extent that we're trying to continue to keep this under control, drive our case counts down, it's up to all of us to make sure that we're reducing our close contacts. I encourage everyone to limit their close contacts to individuals in their immediate household and their essential supports. Essential supports are defined as people that you need support from on a day-to-day basis, such as caregivers, childcare providers, or emotional support if you happen to live alone. For every other in-person gathering, I encourage you to rethink whether you actually need to meet in person. To the extent that you can cancel, postpone, or move it online, that will help to allow you to continue to interact and live your life in an adapted fashion while addressing the risk of meeting in person. And reserve in-person meetings for the most essential reasons, be it work, education, fitness, healthcare, and accessing food and drink, gas, or automobile maintenance. This will help us keep, in doing so, when you do meet in person, I encourage everyone to remain, to adhere to the core 4 behaviors and precautions of distancing, masking, hand washing, and staying home if sick, and making sure that you're keeping numbers low to reduce the number of people that may be exposed. And really, there should be no close contact outside of one's immediate household and essential supports. To the extent possible, that will help keep contacts down so that we can drive cases down and continue to keep this under control. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chair, for any questions that Council may have.
And there are. Thank you very much, Dr. Lowe. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lowe, for always giving us very concise and detailed information. I just want to get some idea of provincial readiness. You mentioned that hospital use at the moment has been steady and low. And so my question is, we've been at this for about 7 months now. In your opinion, has the provincial government increased its ER capacity, its hospital capacity to deal with what could be inevitable surges that may happen as a result of COVID numbers increasing in the region of Peel?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Vicente, through you, Mr. Chair. This would be a question that would be best answered by our CEOs of our hospitals, both William Osler as well as Trillium Health Partners. Speaking on what I understand from my conversations with them, they do have plans in place to address a potential surge, and to some extent what happened in the first wave in preparation in the spring was a bit of a dress rehearsal and a blueprint in the event that there is a surge that would arrive. In respect to the resourcing and funding that they've received, I'm not in a position to speak to that, but I think the CEOs would be able to identify how they feel they may have been supported at this point in time. My view, in fact, from the public health view, is if we could actually keep this at the line that it is right now, which is trying to reduce the number of cases in the community, that will go a long way to make sure that we're not seeing more severe cases end up in our hospitals or in vulnerable settings.
Thank you. And given that for 28 days, the province made a decision to send us back into a modified stage 2, I'm just curious if you could provide us with some insights on how does the province come to that decision, and to what degree are they engaging with you, because you are the authority here in Peel. And if they are making regional decisions, why not allow the Peel Medical Officer of Health to make those calls as opposed to mandated from the provincial level?
So thank you very much for the question, Councillor Vicente, and through the chair. The province, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. David Williams, does seek my opinions, both in respect of the data and the patterns of transmission that we're seeing in our community, as well as any recommendations we have to control spread within our community. Those recommendations that I've made have been made both in a letter letter correspondence that I've sent to Dr. David Williams, as well as in my public representations. Some of the recommendations that we have made on Peel data were in fact taken up by the province, such as a lower consistent social gathering limit across many settings, and also questions around banquet halls and wedding venues, as well as workplaces. We've had a number of conversations now with the Ministry of Labour and Training and Skills Development around some initiatives to target high-risk workplaces in our community. So there are those conversations that continue between us and the provincial government, and a number of our regional recommendations do get taken up. In respect of the broader nature of the restrictions that were made, there are probably other factors that the province is taking into account, such as consistency, adjacency, various other factors, I imagine, that go into their decision. Those are pieces that I glean from conversations that I have with our provincial colleagues, but ultimately the actual suite of criteria that they use, I think, would best be spoken to by our provincial counterparts. At this time, it's not fully clear to me what the overall list of criteria are, but I do have the opportunity to at least bring what my view and my recommendations are in our conversations as we work with our provincial partners.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. And through you, Chair, just one last question. So given that they do consult with us, with you, Doctor, and I recognize the division that must exist between political decisions that we tend to make on behalf of residents and your science-based and more precise data-based approach to making these types of calls. I guess I find a bit of a discrepancy because when I listen to my mayor here in the city of Brampton expressing concerns that this call may not have been appropriate, particularly I'll just speak for Brampton, because, you know, we have the contact tracing, we didn't have any evidence of community spread, particularly in the restaurant sector. And when I see what you say, of course, have tremendous respect for everything that you say, but I also hear what Brampton is saying, and they are not the same. And so when we make decisions to shut down, for example, restaurants or dance studios or other businesses for a period of 28 days, obviously we all recognize it's very disruptive to our business community, but I am hearing two different opinions, and I wonder how do we jive the two?
So thank you, Councillor Vicente, for the question.
Dr. Lowe, we can't hear you if you can hear me. If you could start once again from the beginning answering the question. And Dr. Lowe, I still can't hear you, and others are nodding that we can't hear you. Let's try it one more time. And staff are now telling me they seem to acknowledge you have a bad connection for the time being. Maybe we'll just give staff a moment before I call you back out.
Dr. Lowe?
I am happy to hold that thought. And
you're good to
Can you
go.
hear us?
Dr. Lowe, you're back on, and so we'll
Great.
start again from the question. We can hear you loud and clear now. Please proceed. And we just lost you again. And Dr. Lowe, if you can hear me, we've just lost you again. We're reaching out again from the technical folks here. Yes, Dr. Lowe, we still can't hear you.
When the restrictions came from the province, I supported some of the recommendations, certainly around the social gatherings, and those were our own recommendations. And the other ones, in my conversation with our provincial partners, I understood why they were making them. Certainly there was data to suggest that Peel residents had engaged in some of these high-risk settings in Toronto. They may have been exposed dining out and also going to gyms in the city of Toronto, which was seeing significant spread in some of those settings. And so my understanding from the province was that in both, it wasn't just Toronto residents coming to Peel, but it was also Peel residents within Peel who may be incubating, coming back to Peel and basically continuing those behaviors if our settings were to remain open. And certainly I'm fully aware and agree that this has been a hardship on our business community, and you know, I'm really grateful that they continue to make the sacrifices they do. It's important to remember that in other settings, we've seen, even in settings that weren't seeing the patterns of transmission that we were seeing, some of these settings have started to crop up in the last couple of weeks. We had a significant outbreak at a fitness center in Hamilton, for example. We've started to see in other jurisdictions transmission that's in indoor restaurants ever since the restrictions came into place here in Toronto and Peel. So when I say today, which is now approximately 2 weeks since we entered a modified stage 2, that things may have come in at just the right time, that's based on 2 additional weeks of data, which suggests that we may have been able to, through the course of this, avert a picture like we were seeing in Toronto and Ottawa, where they were starting to see significant transmission in these settings. Now, we'll continue to contact trace. We'll continue to monitor where things are at over the next couple weeks, and I'll continue to make my recommendations with with our provincial partners as much as we can, based on the data and evidence that we're seeing. But I really want to reinforce that I agree, at least with a lot of the initial sentiment, just understanding and recognizing the potential risk and why the decision was taken by the province. But my words today, in terms of the restrictions having potentially come in at the right time, is grounded in the fact that we are now seeing, at least over the last 10 to 11 days, a 50% increase on counts from the 70 to 100 that we had originally budgeted for, which means we may have made the most of the opportunity, and hopefully we'll have some fruits to bear in the weeks to come.
Thank you, Doctor. And I guess it just begs then one more question. Does the medical officer of health for the region of Peel have the ability to make the case that the data, let's say, in Peel doesn't support that provincial direction? And can your opinion supersede that of the province?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Vicente, I do speak on behalf of the region of Peel, as appointed and mandated by yourselves as my Board of Health. But I will always attempt to work collaboratively as much as I can with our Chief Medical Officer of Health in the decisions that are taken, recognizing our interconnections and the various impacted jurisdictions that are there. So certainly, if there was something that I was particularly concerned about, I have that ability to speak and speak independently. But at least in this matter right now, and as things are continue to evolve, I don't have a specific position yet. I think I'd like to see a little while longer as to where the data lands now that the modified stage 2 restrictions are in place.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lowe. So 2 questions. One with regard to people eating in patios. So we haven't seen significant outbreaks here with that. But I guess I look at it that you have people that are not related from different families going out to eat together. And I can understand that if they're wearing a mask 100% of the time. But you're sitting at a table with no mask, and there is no possible way that you can keep 6 feet apart at a patio table at a restaurant. So just like your comments on that.
So thank you very much through the chair to Councillor Sato. A very apt question. And if, like I said, the bottom line, if I had to boil it all down right now, is that we should be limiting close contact. That means people let in within your 2 meters bubble without masking to our immediate households and our essential supports only as much as possible during this time. So that would include presumably dining on a patio, and also to the extent that my advice said close contact in that manner, and then trying to ensure that any essential visits with precautions be taken. I think that at least challenges the idea of getting together with some friends, people that are unrelated, in a patio setting at this time. So while it is a recommendation, and I recognize that people may choose to act differently in respect of it, it boils down to the same question. We just really need to try to reduce our close contacts during this period.
So should we be suggesting to people, if they are going to go out and eat at a patio, because we want to support our businesses and, trying to balance the economy and those businesses that have now closed indoor, should we not be advising them to wear a mask except during the time they're eating, which presumably, at least when they're eating, they have their face down, not straight ahead. But you know, you see in patios, as soon as people are at the table, they're taking the mask off and they're conversing across the table without a mask on. And, you know, wearing the mask is that if you're not 6 feet apart, you should be wearing a mask.
So thank you very much, Councillor Sato, for the question through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, absolutely. In fact, the previously drafted bylaw, I believe, in Mississauga, as well as in Brampton and Caledon, I believe the language mirrors it, if I'm not mistaken, actually says that you basically have to wear your mask up until the point of consumption, but that was for indoor dining. The same principle applies to outdoor dining. And the other thing I would add as well, there are some patio tables, especially the picnic ones, where if you're in a smaller group, to the extent that you can try to sit kitty corner to each other or whatever, those will also help to put both distance as well as ensuring that the masks are there up until the moment of consumption.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. With regard to the flu clinics, are we going? Because I wasn't quite clear on what you were saying about the region facilities. So, I have a Peel Public Health Clinic in my ward at Meadowvale. Is that one of the locations where we would be running flu clinics as we used to in the past? And would it be for the public, or is it only for certain people? I couldn't find anything. I went on the Region of Peel Health website, and there's absolutely no information about flu except for professionals. When I clicked on flu vaccine, I go to the professionals, how you order your vaccine.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councillor Sato, through the chair. So I believe we're actually having sites limited this year, unfortunately, just given the nature of the need to have COVID-19 measures in place. So at this time, we're offering clinics at 10 Peel in the cafeteria, and we're also offering clinics at Fairview. And again, these are not for the general public, but these are actually being targeted at higher risk populations. So in this case, at this time, it's children aged 6 months to 5 years, and also individuals who don't have health insurance. For everyone else, we're trying to drive them towards pharmacies and their primary care physicians. And like I said, we're trying to get our vaccines out as quickly to primary care, walk-in clinics, and those sort of settings as quickly as possible. And the province is supplying pharmacies directly. But overall, that's where we're at right now in terms of the flu clinics, both the population is targeted. And then, as I said in my remarks, again through the chair to Councillor Sato, we're actually in the process of rolling out the flu communications campaign right now. Usually it's aligned with the province's own launch of flu communications. And so more information and the website should be updated and provided in the weeks to come.
Okay, I think what I'm hearing from my residents is that they're looking for information and they're worried that they're not seeing it. And the Shoppers Drug Marts in our area are running out of vaccine. They're not taking appointments. You know, I think it's the seniors in particular of the double dose vaccine that seems to be a much shorter supply. And with our increase in seniors in the city of Mississauga and probably in Brampton as well, that's probably going to be the one that's maybe needed the most this year. But it was just the fact that they weren't seeing any information, they weren't getting any information, and they were worried that they should be getting it now, not into November.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Sato, I just got an email from my team on this last week saying it was getting rolled out, so I will double check with the team to make sure that is rolled out as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dasko.
Thank you through the chair, and I just wanted to ask a little bit about if for you say Halloween, and we've heard some of this is going to look a little bit different. I'm just wondering if we might get a little bit of some kind of messaging that we could provide to our residents, whether it's through social media or through our ratepayer groups and things like that. That would be really helpful. That would be number one. And second is, have you been hearing any chatter or indications with regards to indoor dining? I know outdoor dining's been been talked about. Councillor Sato's mentioned, but indoor dining, because I do know that there are a lot of folks that I've heard that operate restaurants that have just that have economically and financially been beaten up pretty bad. They just invested significant dollars on protocols for indoor dining, and then getting hit like this by the province is certainly painful. And have you heard any indications from the provincial counterparts what the path forward might look like?
So through the chair, if I could clarify for Councillor Dasco, you mean the path forward in terms of lifting the restrictions, or in terms of supports for what they've invested in?
I think a little bit of both, if you've been hearing, yeah.
Okay. So thank you for the question, Councillor Dasco, through the chair. Yes, in fact, the team is preparing a Halloween campaign, and we will send out that material to all of council shortly. And thank you again for your support in getting that message out. In respect of what we're hearing, I think we continue to advocate, of course, for the businesses that are impacted by this. We also included banquet halls and event venues, for example, and I was, we're happy to see that some support seem to have started to be made, but certainly to the extent that there can be support provided, it really recognizes that these business owners are doing the right thing to keep our community safe in the midst of this pandemic. So we'll continue. We continue to have discussions with our provincial counterparts, and I will state that any recommendations I make around additional restrictions always comes with that caveat attached, saying that that's something that absolutely needs to be looked into. And then in respect of where the restrictions might be going, again, part of the challenge is that there seems to be a rollout across regions. We have, for example, York Region that went a week after we did. There's also concerning numbers growing, for example, in Halton, just to the west of us, and certainly in Simcoe Muskoka, as I understand from my counterpart up there. So if the province is continuing to use things like adjacency and consistency across regions as a measure, I will be curious to see how my conversations with my provincial counterparts might unfold over the coming weeks. And additionally, as we continue to see more and more outbreaks cropping up in those sort of settings, not only within the hotspot areas in the province of Ontario, but really across Ontario and many jurisdictions in the world. So it's an incredibly challenging time, and certainly I'm grateful for our business community to continue to work with us in trying to address this, but no, it's not. Certainly, no, it's not easy for them.
Thank you. And then just my final question is with regards to, heard an awful lot from folks in the community that operate things like karate studios, and their question is, how can the province kind of pick and choose whether it's a dance studio?
For example, folks again have taken the steps to, and again spent thousands of dollars, a lot of them to implement proper PPE and protocols. And I'm just wondering if these folks were to want to get their voices heard, is there any recommendations that you can make?
So through the chair to Councillor Dasco, certainly recognize that many of the restrictions that came down in the modified stage 2 reflected a number of recommendations from different communities across the province, and as I mentioned, some of those were my own recommendations for Peel, which I've already identified. I think one of the challenges is that these the provincial decisions are meant to reflect, I think, all those recommendations in some form or another, and so really the province would probably be best to speak as to how the decisions are being taken around things like dance studios versus karate, etc. From my perspective, from a scientific perspective, those areas, while we haven't seen the data necessarily, we're starting to see data from, especially as I mentioned, the one fitness class that occurred in Hamilton, but certainly other fitness centers in other jurisdictions that remind us that these are not benign settings, and so it's. At least from a scientific perspective, it's one of those things where I think maybe our businesses were very fortunate, at least with the restrictions coming down now. Hopefully we'll be able to keep things under control in our community. But I would say I see less of a difference towards the idea that they should all be pursued to be open, and more of a prudent approach, at least in terms of some of the transmission pictures we're seeing in similar settings elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lowe, for providing us another update. I will be quick. I think one of the things that we need to do in terms of messaging, when people have gone to get tested, they need to stay isolated until they get those results. And unfortunately, we had an incident last week at one of our high schools where there was a teacher, wasn't feeling well, got tested, came back to school and taught, and sure enough, was positive for COVID. That affected a lot of people, a lot of students and other professionals within the school system and the parents as well. So whatever we can do to make sure, it's great that people are getting tested, but until they get those results back, they shouldn't be out and about in the community or going to their places of work.
So if I may respond through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Raz, absolutely. In fact, I will amend my words because I've been trying to do this. Instead of saying the fourth of the core four is stay home and get tested, it's supposed to be self-isolate for 14 days and get tested. And I think that's the big piece. It's important to remember as well, the provincial guidance has changed. If you test positive for COVID-19, you're required to self-isolate for 10 days now. But if you have been exposed to COVID-19, it's a 14-day isolation, regardless of what the test actually shows, just to make sure you don't develop symptoms. And so I think it's really crucial to reiterate that. Councillor Raz, you're absolutely correct in identifying not just the outbreak you're describing, but we have seen in the case of many transmissions, it's been people who are like at day 9, day 8, and they're just like, you know what, I'm good. I'm going to head back to work or go see some friends, and that's where we're actually seeing some transmission occur. So it's kind of like the old: make sure you finish your course of antibiotics. Make sure you finish your self-isolation if you test positive or have been exposed to COVID-19, 10 to 14 days, and if you're not sure, stick with 14 days. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Thompson.
Real quick, Dr. Lowe, have we found a solution yet provincially as far as the backlog on testing? I know I had some irate residents that had to go back and get tested for the second time because of the timing. Has that been improved by any? I know PPA is good, but it's just the testing. I'm just wondering where we're at on that.
So through the chair, thank you, Mayor Thompson, for the question. As you know, Ontario Health is the lead agency on this, and in my conversations with them, I understand that the previous backlog has been brought under control. That some of your residents had to go get tested again may have spoke to the fact that their tests remained too long in the queue to be processed, and therefore were no longer viable to be tested. And certainly, this is not a situation that's unique to here in Peel. I think certainly I know our provincial partners have been working their absolute hardest to address that and to address the capacity challenges. And from my perspective as your public health officer, I welcome the fact that there's the new criteria in place. I think people who have no symptoms and no risk of exposure, those people should not be getting tested at this point in time, no matter how worried they are. Our focus absolutely has to be on people who have symptoms consistent with COVID, who may have been exposed at high risk to COVID, or who may be part of a high-risk group and are part of the provincial targeting testing strategy, such as long-term care workers, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe, and thank you through you, Mr. Chair, for your prompt response to my email of last week. I appreciated it. Hopefully today something's being done. I have a constituent that has complained that he got a test within an hour in Toronto when a friend of his was tested positive, and his girlfriend got a test within 2 hours in Barrie. Other people in their social circle can't get booked in Mississauga. So this is the fair share for Peel question. Are we getting our fair share of testing, and is there anything we can do if we're not?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Parrish, as mentioned, I'm unfortunately probably not the best place to speak on this, given that I don't lead the testing process at this point in time. I have heard challenges similar to what your constituents have experienced, Councillor Parrish, but I do know that Ontario Health Central Region, they've been a very open and responsive partner. So I'm happy to revisit this with my staff and with them to highlight that. Making sure, especially given the ongoing rates of transmission in our community, that it's important to make sure that all of our efforts are still keeping COVID-19, together with contact tracing, still keeping it within known chains of transmission and not out and about in the wider community.
And to follow up through you, Mr. Chair, on Councillor Rass's comment, I would hope that once someone gets tested, they put a little sticker on the back of their hand, you are now quarantined for 14 days. I think they need to be reminded as they're leaving the testing station that the battle isn't over yet.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair, I should also, to Councillor Parrish's comment, just reiterate that there is a Class Section 22 order that I signed back in March. It was recently amended with the new 10-day isolation for those who test positive with COVID, but non-compliance with that order, which basically requires people to stay home for the duration of their symptoms or the duration of their isolation if they've been exposed. Non-compliance with the order does carry hefty fines and can be enforced if there are concerns, obviously, by calling Peel Public Health at 905-799-7700. We'll need some details around the people that you may have concerns around, but to the extent that we can try to remind people and educate them of the need to stay home, that order is also still in place that residents should also be aware of.
And thank you, Dr. Lowe. Through you, Mr. Chair, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Before I go to my next speaker, just a reminder again, it sounds like someone's got a mic that's one of those loose ones in your ears that's banging around or something. So if I can remind you all, if you're not the speaker, if you can mute your mic accordingly, which brings me down to Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown.
Chair Unniccà, I wanted to ask Dr. Lowe, Chair Unniccà, myself, you, and Mayor Crombie, we have the luxury to be updated regularly, but one point I wanted to draw out for all members of Regional Council, a real feather in the cap of Dr. Lowe and his team is we've been able to maintain contact tracing. And this is critical for knowing where the virus is. And they've lost contact tracing in Ottawa and in Toronto, so that's significant that in Peel Region, his team has been able to maintain it. Now, having said that, this takes resources, contact tracers, case managers, and Dr. Lowe, you had explained to us the other day that it's not necessarily contact tracers we need, it's case managers. So could you let us know and share with Regional Council, since this pandemic began, what additional resources you put into case managers and contact tracers, and what type of help you anticipate getting from the province? And if there's anything we can do to amplify your voice. I understand Toronto and Ottawa got additional resources. And given the fact that our three regions seem to have been lumped together by the province, do you believe that it's equitable that we should be expecting some resources for case management or contact tracing?
So thank you for the question, Mayor Brown, and through the chair. So in general, when we receive a positive case of COVID-19, there's a number of steps that occur. There's an initial call to an individual to advise them that they've tested positive and that they should self-isolate, and as possible, identify their close household contact, or identify to their close household contacts that they've tested positive to ensure that they're self-isolating at home. Following that initial call, there is a call by a case manager. And what the case manager does is they basically try to identify through an exposure assessment, and you may have heard some elements of this talked about in the popular media called backwards contact tracing, but essentially it's exposure assessment to figure out where they may have gotten this from in the 14 days preceding their illness. And then there's forward contact tracing that the case manager does to figure out, besides the close household contacts, who else might they have actually exposed during their period of infectivity from the time that the disease started, or actually 2 days before, because we know that it spreads pre-symptomatically. So from the time 2 days before the disease started until the day that they isolated. And then what happens after that is the case manager continues to work with the team, the outbreak and exposures team, to try to put together a picture of, is this linked to an outbreak? Is this linked to exposures? What's happening here? While contact tracers are the ones that call all the forward contacts that may have been exposed to tell them, you've been exposed to COVID-19, you need to isolate and get tested at some point during your isolation period. So it's basically case managers and then outbreak investigators and contact tracers, all part of the same team that's been going on there. And we have, typically for a common infectious disease. Oh, sorry, I don't know if people can still hear me. But anyway, in terms of a typical infectious disease, we have small teams.
Lawrence, sorry to interrupt again, but we're getting background noise again. To everyone, we're getting background noise again that I'm trying to talk over.
Martin is not muted.
Oh, Martin. Councillor Medeiros, don't know if that might be you that we want on mute. But just for anybody who's unmuted, we can still hear it rather loudly. There it goes. Thank you very much. Lawrence, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just starting from where I was, essentially what happens is for a typical infectious disease, we don't get this many cases in a year. And so our teams, at least where they stand, nearly maybe like 8 to 10 people. At the height of this, the first wave in our community, and even now as we're dealing with the consistently high case numbers, we have over 200 different FTE that are basically dedicated to some aspect of those, which is a significant redeployment, as you can imagine, almost 10 times the number of staff that we would be doing in this nature of work. And so speaking to Mayor Brown's question, we have been in conversation with the province. We have requested at least 50 additional case managers and contact tracers. We're taking 20 case managers, 30 contact tracers. We'll take, at this point, whoever we can to shift some resources around. And we are also in discussions with other health units. We've been grateful for the assistance, for example, from Wellington Dufferin and Niagara Health Units, which helped us during the surge that we saw initially in September, but are continuing conversations with health units across the province to make sure that we're able to keep our cases at a manageable place where we're not falling behind to the point where we need to change the way we're doing things. So that's essentially where we're at right now. And I have a report coming that I'll bring with Commissioner Polsinelli at the next council meeting that will detail the nature of that staffing and what needs we'll anticipate as this continues over the years to come. And a year to come, sorry.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, you're up, but we can't hear you. If you've unmuted yourself, please proceed, Pat.
Employees tested positive, and it's been over 7-8 days. They cannot get appointments to get all the staff, all 20 staff being tested. 5 of the staff live here in Peel, and they're walking around now, and they don't know if they have, if they tested positive or negative because they can't get in to get appointments. So can't we, like the province doesn't do no trace testing for the city of Toronto? Meanwhile, someone tested positive. What can we do? Pushing the province.
So thanks for the question, Councillor Fortini. I may have missed the beginning of it, but I got the gist of the question. So please feel free to correct me if I'm mistaken. But I understand that there's a workplace where someone may have tested positive, and then there's questions around who needs to get tested beyond that. So in the one thing I neglected to mention in the course of contact tracing is that when we actually manage the case, you actually try to get them to identify who they've been in close contact with, and there's specific criteria as to what that constitutes. We know that transient contact, just sort of passing someone quickly, doesn't necessarily spread the virus. And so then what happens is in the course of that occurring, then we basically will contact people who are identified as close contacts. Individuals who are not close contacts will not be identified, and if an exposure does not occur in a workplace, so depending on what the situation is, if this individual was in the workplace or not in the workplace during their infectious period, there may be no notification required there either. So it's important to remember everyone who's positive, there is a thorough investigation that goes into their whereabouts and who they may have been in touch with, and then we basically fan out the notifications from there. One thing that has been very challenging, and I think Mayor Thompson spoke to this, is the laboratory backlog has resulted in longer than expected turnaround times. So it may take as of last week, it was taking, some cases we're getting back 3, 4, 5 days later after their test. So by the time we get their test and get out to start contact tracing, they've, almost a week's already passed. Hopefully with the provincial backlog being addressed and cleared up now, we'll be able to respond more quickly. So if there are any specific concerns about this instance that weren't answered in my question, I encourage you to either send me an email or have the employer call our info line at 905-799-7700, and they can try to see how they might be able to assist them with further information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Starr.
I'm sorry, was that me?
Yes, Ron, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Lowe, for all the information. Always appreciate it. Two things. I saw something on the news the other night where there's a whole bunch of people there that the health people are looking for contract tracers and that sort of. What is that? Are these outside people, or are they redistribution, or are they looking for new employees?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Starr's question, there is significant hiring of contact tracing support occurring at the provincial and federal levels, and then also even for us at the Region of Peel, we have been hiring since the summer and continue to hire. And to the extent, actually going back to Mayor Brandt's question, we're hiring not just contact tracers, who are the people that call the forward contacts and advise of exposures, but we're also hiring case managers who do the case management and the outbreak investigator. And I understand that that's also similarly being carried out at the provincial and federal levels to provide support to health units here in Ontario.
Hopefully they all end up being contract people. Anyway, the other question I have is with respect to messaging, and I think it's so important. I think several of the councillors mentioned about the education part, and the calls that I've received, or our office has received, probably the most in the last little while, is about the restaurants, the bars, the banquet halls. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective or your communication people, can we get something together that's either tweetable or mailable that has to do specifically with that? And it's also good for the restaurateurs and the owners, but it's especially for those folks going out. I mean, I had 2 calls in the last couple of days saying they couldn't get into a restaurant because somebody's blocking the door. Well, obviously they either haven't read something, or it's the message isn't out there. So even in a small way, as one counselor and probably 24 of us, if we can get something that we can just send out and say, this is the current situation. You can't do this, you can't do this, you can't, and here's what you can do. And maybe some sort of bullet point form, rather than trying to incorporate so many things in the messaging I'm seeing. And I do read a lot of but sometimes when it's 22 pages long, I'm going to miss something. So if you can do that, I think that would help, because people are trying to get out, but they're I guess getting, in one case, the restaurateur told me the fellow just proceeded to walk in, and then he was told, well, you're not going to get served. Well, you got to serve me. This is, so I heard the whole story, and it's not nice. So anyway, that's something maybe you folks can take a look at, Dr. Lowe.
Through the chair to Councillor Starr, absolutely happy. I mean, as you know, the enforcement aspects of the provincial regulation are shared by a number of different agencies, including our public health inspectors. But I can take that back, given I think it's something that all of council, I presume, would be dealing with, just to highlight with our messaging to figure out how we reiterate where we're at with the modified stage 2.
Yeah, something that's a 45-second read, and then at least it's the education part that's out there, letting more and more people know, and rather than having to go to Burlington or Hamilton or wherever. So anyway, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few things. Hi, Dr. Lowe. Thank you for getting your flu shot with me yesterday. Can you mention, if you haven't done so, the supply and demand situation? And we have to encourage people to make an appointment either at a local pharmacy or with their clinic or their doctor to get their flu shot. But it seems that there is a glut in some locations, and in others there are shortages. So how do we control for that? And will there be enough for everyone? Because of course we want everyone to get their flu shot because the symptoms present very similar to those of the symptoms of COVID.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to have my flu shot yesterday. I think the most important thing is that the act of taking the flu shot publicly actually sort of reinforced my commitment, at least with my team, to make sure that we're able to get it out to everybody and anybody that wants it, to the extent that our provincial partners are able to continue procuring and providing us with allocation as we're able. So my sore arm is a reminder of that commitment to our community. I think it's absolutely a point that we are seeing unprecedented demand for the flu shot this year, and I think that's a very positive thing because it means that we will hopefully be able to keep flu under control, provided that all those needles end up in arms and people are protected. You're correct, Madam Mayor, in identifying that there are lots of locations that are providing flu shots, and the best thing to do is to make a plan to try to call ahead. I encourage people to be patient. It's kind of like trying to get snow tires after a snowfall, but making sure that you're trying to book an appointment with your primary care provider to the extent that you're asking whether they have it in stock, even if they don't have it in stock now, because it's a rolling stock, they may have it in the next few weeks, so book ahead. Make a plan, and then certainly with pharmacies to call ahead and see what's available. There's always challenges with the flu supply every year because it comes in quickly. There's lots of people who want it, and it's just a matter of trying to get it produced and sent out as much and quickly as possible. So I encourage everyone to be patient. There's a lot of efforts made to procure doses, and at least for us in Peel Public Health as the middle people, once we're getting it from the province, we're sending it out as quickly as we can.
Thank you, and just want to assure everyone that other than a minor prick, there's no soreness later. I was still able to go to my F45 class last night, so no problem. So I do a rolling average of cases from the beginning of COVID. It's this great chart I have access to that I had my staff create. And our case counts are higher now than at any time during the pandemic, other than week 3 in April, when we were averaging 62 cases per day. This week we're averaging 49 per day, and they're a little bit higher in Brampton. And we know that they're stable, and we can contain them, and we know more about the disease or virus rather, and all of that. Can you speak to hospitalization rates, ICU rates, and also what about the LTCs? So that was the concern, where people were dying previously because, of course, it was hitting the elderly people, many of whom were in the LTCs, but now it seems to be at a younger demographic, but we're obviously still concerned it could make its way into the LTCs once again. So could you talk about ICUs and hospitalization rates and long-term care?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Madam Mayor Crombie, absolutely, Madam Mayor, you're absolutely correct. Hospitalizations and deaths are a lagging indicator. Usually what happens is from the time someone's inoculated, it takes up to 2 weeks for the disease to develop. Once the disease develops, it takes about 10 days for the disease to resolve in a mild case. If it's not a mild case, then after those 10 days, then they may end up in hospital, which means from the time that they're inoculated, it may be almost up to 4 to 6 weeks before they actually present to a hospital setting. And so I think that's where a lot of the caution is warranted as our case counts arise in respect to hospitalizations, because we want to make sure that cases aren't getting to the point where, and you'll recall I said this as well in the spring, with cases, there's a different proportion. A certain proportion will be mild, usually around 70 to 80% will have mild illness, but then there's the 10% that may need hospital care, and then there's the additional 10% that may need more intensive care and or ventilation, and then some of those will pass away. And so the idea being that it becomes a numbers game, where if you have a really high number of cases, then you might start to see that sort of that proportion and division. Of course, again, Madam Mayor, you're also right that the age groups and the people who are getting affected is also influencing that right now. And so while we are seeing it mostly in the young adult and middle-aged population at this point in time, that's a reflection of just the mobility of those populations. They're the ones that are more likely to be out there going to work, socializing, with each other, et cetera. So they're the more mobile segment of the population. The thing that we are concerned about, especially with rising cases, in addition to hospitalizations and those proportions, is the possibility of leakage into vulnerable populations. And so we've learned a lot from the first wave of the pandemic in the spring, and certainly as we are continuing with our high rates of transmission at this point in time, we've put in place a lot of precautions to really ensure that what's in the community doesn't get into our nursing homes like they did then. But really, it starts with trying to drive case counts down, which is why at this point in time, my recommendation underlining everything is to really try to limit our close contact to our immediate household of essential supports and to really just meet in person with precautions for only the most essential reasons beyond.
Okay, fine. So we know that there was a big push to get testing done, and then we saw the big lineups as everyone wanted to be tested, including all the asymptomatic people. So now it's by appointment only for asymptomatic people at pharmacies and everyone else who may have symptoms to get their test done at the hospital sites, which is fine, except that overall test numbers are down. And I wonder if you might want to comment on that.
So through the chair, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the question. Test numbers are down, as I understand from our provincial partners. They've moved to appointment bookings and assessment sites. Overall, though, I think a lot of the tests that were done being previously, especially as I mentioned with asymptomatic people who did not have an exposure and had a low risk of exposure by virtue of their behavior and their occupation or living conditions, I think that the fewer of those tests that we do, the more tests we do have for individuals who may actually need to be identified whether they're COVID or not. And I do know also from hearing from our provincial partners that they're starting to roll out additional testing modalities, rapid tests that can be administered at the point of care, etc. Of course, the focus of those are more on rural and remote communities, but I understand that there may be some opportunity at some point for those to be used in outbreak settings. So hopefully there will be more and different types of tests online that will continue to allow us to stay ahead of the virus.
So just as a comment, and I know you know this because I told you earlier, but my daughters, we all have the COVID app, so we're alerted should we come into contact with anyone who has a positive test. And if my daughter's best friend got the alert, even though the two of them are together, my daughter didn't get it. She couldn't get an appointment at Trillium Health Partners and over to Milton, got her test done, and it's a 10-day wait for results.
So to the chair and through you, Madam Mayor, certainly I imagine that was a consequence of the backlog that our provincial partners were facing. And certainly as they bring it down, I'm hopeful that turnaround times will continue to improve because rapid turnaround times are absolutely critical for our part in terms of contact tracing and outbreak investigation.
Okay, two final questions. I know I've taken a lot of the time today. There still are many inconsistencies in the provincial legislation. We saw them in the numbers before, the numbers you could have number of people you could have a wedding in a banquet hall versus in your home, etc. But there still are many inconsistencies, and I hope you're speaking to the province about tightening this up. The other one we're worried about in Mississauga is we continue to conduct council meetings, both virtually and at council, as you know, but now the provincial legislation doesn't allow for plexiglass to be a barrier. We still need 6 feet 2 meters and face masks, so we can't have all of us in the council chamber at one time. So plexiglass is a big one. And then the last one question, if you want to comment on both, is I keep getting asked 28 days for us to be in modified phase 2. Will that be 28 days from the time we're brought into modified phase 2, or when Toronto was, or when York was? There's some concern that the reset button was pressed, and now it will be 28 days from the time York was brought in. So if you could speak to plexiglass in 28 days.
Absolutely. So through the chair to Mayor Crombie, and both plexiglass Also, the inconsistencies of regulation are points of discussion between health units and provinces at this point in time. And, our provincial partners, as I understand it, continue to look at those and continue to see what revisions may be necessary to ensure that there's a clarity and consistency in the regulation. And in respect of the 28 days pieces, again, we continue our discussions. I continue my discussions with our Chief Medical Officer of Health. In terms of the criteria that they will be using, either to provide additional restrictions or stay pat on the current restrictions or to lift the restrictions, that's information that is still due to be either revealed to me or communicated. So thank you very much for the question.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Mr. Chair, I think that hand up was from before.
Very good. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Dr. Lowe. Dr. Lowe, Doctor, since we no longer are receiving the daily updates from yourself, I've been depending more on the dashboard on the regional website. I find every time I go on, I find it a little bit more difficult to use. But some of the questions that I have when it relates to the in the dashboard I just had it up now, I don't see it. The places of business, the occupations where people work, and the numbers that relate to those occupations. Are those numbers directly impacted by the people that have received transmission or have come in contact with the virus due to their occupation?
So through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, can I clarify that you're speaking about our self-reported race and occupation report?
Yes, that's correct, on the dashboard.
So thank you for the question. That was actually based on an analysis of cases. We started collecting people who diagnosed positive with COVID-19 in the course of our case management and contact tracing with them. We started collecting information about how they self-identified in terms of their race as well as their reported occupation. And so what you're seeing there is actually an analysis of the proportion of cases that reported working in those industries compared to the proportion of their actual the proportion of the Peel workforce to highlight who's sort of bearing a disproportionate burden in terms of COVID-19 diagnoses.
So they're compared to the 2016 consensus, but they don't. It doesn't directly affect that they have actually had the virus within the occupation.
That's correct. So they may have gotten the virus from a different source, but that was the reported. That was their reported. What am I trying to say? That was what they reported as their occupation. That's correct.
Right. Through the discussions that we had on the tracing and whatnot. Okay. The COVID-19 virtual assistant and I've never pushed the button to interact with. So I don't. Can you tell me more about the virtual assistant, the limitations, and then? Sorry, somebody's mic's on here. So, can you talk a little bit about that, and then also if residents are just able to go on and to ask questions that aren't within the virtual assistant, does it get bounced over to a live agent?
So through you, Councillor Paleshi, I will apologize. I think the noise is mine. Actually, there's just some. I live in a row house, and I think my neighbor's getting some work done. But anyway, so I actually the virtual. That's a very good question. In general, we try to encourage people to go to our call center as much as possible. And so what I'll do is I'll get some more information about the live assistant and bring it back to council at my update at future council, and/or email it to council as an update in between.
Thanks, Dr. Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That ends our questioners, Dr. Lowe. Well done as always. What I need now is a motion to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Paleshi and seconded by Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? Are there any objections? Great. If not, then again, moved by Councillor Vicente and seconded by Councillor Peleche. I need a recorded vote to move. Madam Clerk? That was 10.1. You're okay. We don't need a recorded vote. We're happy with receipt. So we are done with that then. Dr. Lowe, thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. That brings us to staff presentation 10.1, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2020-2024, a presentation by Nishan Durayapa and Nancy Polzinelli, co-chairs Community Safety and Wellbeing System Leadership Table. And before I turn it over to the two of them, also an honorable mention and a shout out to Brian Laundrie and his whole team for all of the support work they have done on this file as well. So with that, over to the Chief and Nancy.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair IANNICCA and members of Council. Through the Chair, on behalf of Chief Durayapa and myself as co-chairs of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Systems Leadership Table, we're pleased to present to you the 2020-2024 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for Council's consideration and approval. This plan is the product of 2 years of collaboration, community effort of over 25 community partners, combined with research and evidence gathering. And I must say there are some of our community partners listening here today, so a big shout out to them. Peel is fortunate to have a strong network of compassionate and knowledgeable groups and individuals who are active in the community. Their voices informed and influenced the development of this plan, and we are confident that continuing community partnership will help to ensure a lasting, broad, and inclusive impact. Next slide, please. This slide before you is one that has been in front of Council. The timeline outlines the breadth and depth of work that has gone into developing the plan and also highlights some of our key milestones. Since our last report to Council in July, the broader collective team has written the plan for ongoing sustainable implementation, finished the indicator framework, and launched a communication plan. And throughout our journey, the plan has also been supported within the region by a multitude of partners in health, human, and corporate services. Next slide, please. The work, research, and community conversations undertaken over the past year identified important areas of focus: family violence, mental health and addictions, and systemic discrimination. The goals, strategies, and actions under each of these areas are described in the accompanying full report, with implementation covering a 4-year horizon. Priorities will be reviewed at least annually, and in order to sustain progress, we will measure success in the plan's areas of focus. As we heard in developing the plan, adolescents and youth are critical times in life for ensuring people are healthy, well, and feeling optimistic in pursuing their future. And that such valuable upstream investment contributes to sustainable community safety and well-being. So in this plan, youth is a special consideration throughout. We've also identified enablers that are essential to the success and sustainability of the plan, and that represents the backbone of an organization that will ensure steady implementation. And the region has provided that support. I will now turn it over to Chief Nish, who will speak to the next slide.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, members of Council, for the opportunity to share the 2020 to 2024 Community Safety Wellbeing Plan with you today. And through the Chair, the documents you have before you fulfills the legislated requirement under the Police Services Act for the region to prepare and adopt a Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. The requirements for the development and review of this plan are described specifically within the legislation itself, and the key components are presented before you on this slide. The impetus behind the community safety wellbeing plans came out a number of provincial reports on crime prevention in Ontario and even outside the province. What those reports made clear is that we can't police our way out of what we know is ultimately social issues and not criminal problems. And what's meant by this is, as you've heard me say many times, is we need to look at upstream interventions versus the symptoms. So the 4 elements of the community safety well-being planning framework are very simple. You've seen the rings before displayed to you on lots of infographics. It's social development, prevention, risk intervention, and crisis response. Too often, and I know this firsthand, as a society, we often have looked for the quick fix and invested in sort of the back end of the continuum, dealing with the symptoms, versus going upstream. While a balanced approach is needed across all domains, this legislation has emphasized the need to focus on the front end of the continuum, because solutions there are, as we know, far more sustainable and long-term. As a key takeaway about the plan is that its focus is about working collaboratively across multiple sectors with our residents and focusing on the root causes that affect the well-being here in Peel Region. Legislation aside, we very early on recognized the opportunity, in fact, the need for the system to work together in a more collaborative and comprehensive way. We often heard the phrase, let's build something together that we could not build alone. Since last fall, and since my arrival, Nancy and I have co-chaired the System Leadership Table, which was established as a leadership advisory committee. And it includes community representation from health, community and social services, education, and policing. Our extended leadership table also includes memberships from the academic realm, culturally specific organizations, as well as council members. And I'd like to thank Councillor Downey, Peleshi, and Sado, and Regional Chair IANNICCA for their work. Thank you all for your continued commitment and support to this initiative. Next slide, please. Given that community safety and well-being is such a broad, multi-dimensional, complex system, this system's leadership table spent a considerable amount of time developing the vision, mission, and identifying the areas of focus which you see before you. The vision and mission also highlight the community's intent to not just focus on safety, but also the well-being and that sense of connectedness that allows people in our community to thrive. And as an example, what we've created aligns perfectly with the region's Community for Life program and the dashboards, and it further supports the concept of working with the community and each other. Next slide, please. What became clear across the planning tables was the importance of holding partners accountable. And I must say, in all the studies and the validation of community safety well-being strategies right across this country, the primary tenet is commitment at the highest level. And for that, our partners were very determined that the plan not be put on the shelf, but that there was an individual and a collective commitment for implementation. So we've struck a process for endorsing this model, whereby each organization now is signs as a stakeholder. They have an agreement which they sign, and the purpose of this agreement is to demonstrate that commitment to this community safety well-being plan, which sort of harnesses our partners' collective and collaborative action to ensure Peel is safe, inclusive, and connected within the community to all our residents. So the agreement outlines that the roles of community safety well-being partners. It also outlines their commitment to collaborate. So first, we asked them all to align by integrating, where appropriate, their own organization's activities with the regional community safety well-being plan and its strategic priorities. And second, by actively supporting implementation of strategies. And I'd like to just share an example of this commitment and the strategic alignment. One, not to speak on behalf of my police services board, which we have members here, is that as an entity, they themselves have considered community safety well-being and the alignment to the region's plans as part of their strategic plan development, which tomorrow they're going to speak to and approve. Myself and my organization, we have realigned our frontline services. I know many of the regional councils have had an opportunity to speak to my teams about traffic safety, mental health, addiction, intimate partner violence, but we're using this planning framework to align us to the region's activities. And I've gone so far as to also create and establish a community safety wellbeing bureau within our organization that has 60 to 70 officers. So, I mean, not every organization is capable of doing that, but we want each of our partners to, not just show up at the system leadership table and help close systems gaps, but we also would like them to take it back and implement the principles within, where appropriate, their own activities. And so with that, I'll now turn it back to Nancy.
Thanks, Nish. I want to highlight very quickly the region's commitment to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. First, Council is an approver of the plan, and that brings us here today. The region is an active partner in its development, implementation, and sustainability. The region is also accountable through provincial legislation for monitoring and reporting. Through Health Services, the region also provides a Secretariat backbone support function. The responsibilities of the Secretariat includes ongoing coordination and facilitation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing tables, community engagement and communications, and monitoring and evaluation of the plan. To ensure this work is completed and the plan is successfully implemented over the long term, the 2021 budget will include funding for 6 permanent positions for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Secretariat at the region, and that will be for Council's consideration at budget. Next slide. So today, Chief Nish and I, on behalf of the community, seek Council's approval and adoption of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. With Council's approval, we will submit the plan to the Ministry of the Solicitor General. We will also share the plan with our local municipal partners, the MPPs and MPs. And to maintain the progress that has been made as we develop the plan, we will formalize partnership commitments through the stakeholder agreement, continue ongoing and progressive implementation and regular review of the plan to ensure it meets current needs in Peel, further engage the community at all ages, and build on the communication campaign to support awareness across Peel. In conclusion, with the events of 2020, we are more aware than ever that safety and well-being is a community effort. We are stronger working together. This plan will help Peel to mobilize such collective action. The passion and dedication of all the partners in developing the plan will provide the basis to channel a broad, inclusive effort to build safe, equitable, and connected communities. And ultimately, this collaborative action will make a meaningful contribution in building our vision, a community for life. Thank you, and Chief Nish and I are happy to take questions.
Thank you, and I have quite a list. Just one other thing I'd like to address, though, a shout out. The Chief was good enough to mention my council colleagues that sat on the body itself, and then also the members that sit here, the 2 mayors and I that sit on the police board, but also our colleagues at the police board that have done such great work. Chair Ron Chatha, Vice Chair Ahmed Attia, and citizen members Al Boughton and Len Howe, who have done a great deal of work on the file as well. So a shout out to them because I know they're listening in as well. With that, my list: Sato, Stark, Paleshi, Crombie, Downey, Santos. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the clerk if we could move a little bit from procedural bylaw to enable the 3 of us, the 3 members of council who sat on the committee for the last 2 years, to be the movers of the motion to adopt. I think it would be be very meaningful, I think, to the three of us if we could do that, so we don't just have one mover, one seconder. So I'll
Councillor
leave
Sato,
that
that's
for
a
the,
great idea, and I think we can accommodate that, and the staff here is giving me the thumbs up as well. So what a great
Wonderful.
idea. I think it's absolutely appropriate under the circumstances. Please carry on.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I'm, I think this is one of the most significant projects and achievements that that we have done at the region of Peel in all the time that I've been on council, and that's 30 years now, I guess. We participated in the roots of youth violence that the province did, but we were only participants in that. And unfortunately, that document, which was very well written, was set on a shelf at Queen's Park, and I think it's still gathering dust. And while we implemented a lot of it here in Peel, we did not have that collective force behind it. Working with the organizations and with Peel Regional Police and Peel Health, that combination is going to ensure that this plan, it actually has teeth, it has momentum, and it has so many people behind it and so much commitment behind it that I see it being very successful into the future. I was glad that Nancy mentioned that there is reference in the 2021 budget towards staffing for the plan, but I also hope that as we're reviewing the budget items for things like social services and health in particular, that the plan and that the initiatives that are in the plan will be referenced through budget requests as we're going forward, so we know where those funds are going to be spent. And I think it's such an obvious thing. I've worked a lot in crime prevention over the years as well. That you have to get to the root cause. It's we can do all the enforcement we want. We can do all of the response, but if you don't get to the root cause, you're just throwing money away on the enforcement and the response initiatives. So one of the things, Chief Nish, that I was very impressed with, and you mentioned establishing the Bureau, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau. And I sit on the Region's Vision Zero Committee as the Mississauga representative. And we had a presentation from Inspector Danos on Monday at our committee meeting outlining the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for Peel Regional Police. It was extremely impressive. I have to tell you that I'm giving it big thumbs up. And the members of the committee, most of whom are, well, I think all actually are regional staff and other stakeholders, as it relates to road safety, were extremely impressed. But one of the things that he pointed out was going back, and he'd given an example, going back to the roots of what caused someone to go through the system to a point where it had a tragic outcome. And I think that clarified and really painted the picture of why we need to do this. And I would ask if it's possible, because I'm sure you've shown it to the Police Services Board, and I could share the slides with my colleagues on Mississauga Council. I have the set of slides, but without the explanation, sometimes they don't mean as much. So I don't know if all of the information in the presentation is something that that could be made public. I'm holding on to it right now, but I think it would be extremely helpful if at some point you or Inspector Danos or anyone else would come to Regional Council and show that plan as much as you can. Especially as we're going into budget time, because I think it would give so much reassurance to our citizens of what Peel Regional Police is doing. And I really think this is a time when they need to hear that. So is there some possibility of getting that?
Absolutely, and it's a great idea, Councillor Sato, and through the chair, we will work with my team to circulate some material that you spoke to, but we'll go even further if it's appropriate in the time. And doesn't seem like Regional Council has a lot of time for more presentations, but I'd be happy to come back with the team. And I think what Councillor Sato is echoing is that when you see the application of the planning framework, community safety well-being, when it speaks specifically to we know individuals that have caused road fatalities here, but if you were to plot their journey on a roadmap where they've faced addictions, maybe been predisposed to it from even birth, or there's been other factors, and you look at the lost opportunities to off-ramp somebody, you can tangibly see how we could have prevented the loss of life. And that's transferable to everything from food security to older adult isolation, whatever the region's needs are. So, I mean, to that point, Councillor Sato, I'll happily speak with the chair and work with team to get something scheduled sooner than later.
Okay, I would appreciate that. I think all of council should hear that presentation, and hopefully the public as well, that whatever you can share with the public. But I want to say again, thank you to you and Nancy and Brian Laundrie. You did an amazing job leading us through this, and to all of those who participated in the many, many meetings that we had over the past 2 years. And today is not the end of our work. Today is kind of a middle point, jumping off point, and now we get to implement. And so I think this is very much a red letter day for the region of Peel. So thank you to everyone. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Starr.
Forgot to take it down. Sorry about that.
No problem. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I couldn't have said it better myself, Councillor Sato, and Councillor Sato, thank you for that suggestion. So I'm so happy to be a part of the process since the beginning. It's been an exciting development, something new for the region that focuses on collaboration and emphasizes the importance of prevention. The City of Brampton had adopted the Community Safety Wellbeing Framework in December 2019, and our community safety team continues to push forward initiatives that align to this plan and to the framework. I'm really happy to see a new way of collaborative work amongst all of the partners that were at that table, something that was so exciting. And this plan isn't just the regional plan, it's the community plan for the region as a whole. And the countless numbers of hours and effort that everybody put into this, and just with being there on behalf of the City of Brampton with our community safety manager, Rasmeen Saeed, was just it was unbelievable just to take part in this. And I can tell you from Brian Laundrie's luscious locks to Chief Nish's lack of hair, everything in the middle was just, it was just the communication that I had never, ever really seen before coming together to develop a plan that was made very clear in the beginning that this plan was not going to sit on any shelf. This plan was going to be a plan that would be evolved, massaged, and developed over the years to make it something better and something that we can all be so proud of. So I'm happy to be a mover of the motion along with Councillor Sato, Councillor Downey, and really look forward to all members standing up together today to support the plan moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief and Nancy and everyone involved. Chief, a couple days ago, there was a very historic signing. Peel Regional Police signed an MOU with the Ontario Human Rights Commission. I think it's very important and part of the overall wellness and community safety strategy. And we're looking at legally binding ways to help us address systemic racism and certainly restore trust with many marginalized communities, the Black community, Indigenous community, other racialized community, and beholding holding our police force to task over the agreement. So I wonder if you wanted to make further comment and speak to it for all our councillors here at Peel Regional Council today.
Sure, absolutely. And I think this will resonate well with all of our council and staff, is that we know, and we heard from the community, it's embedded on third page of the slide. Systemic discrimination is one of our action items that the community presented the region and the senior leadership team table, that it exists across all services. And this is the reality of the discussion on systemic racism or discrimination, is that it isn't within one silo, but it exists across all systems. And therefore, each system leader has a responsibility to do meaningful work. And Mayor Crombie, thank you for highlighting the announcement this week between the Police Services Board and the service and the commission. It's an activity that we're doing. And I think if you invert the narrative, it can be seen as a success being driven out of our community safety well-being plan. If at the, in year 2, we're reporting back to the community about action points that have occurred as a result, we know we're going to see them under mental health and addictions. I know there's some real big plans in the future. There's some big plans about intimate partner family violence. And this was just one activity towards that. We want the community and public to know that we know there's opportunities to tighten the ship. We've got an amazing workforce here. They are remarkable, and we've seen some of the public safety initiatives that are happening that are traffic, guns and gangs, human trafficking, and right down to, violent or property crimes. And that happens day in and day out. If we're going to say that we are a remarkable police agency, we want to tell the community that, and be able to point to some meaningful activities. So that piece of work that you referred to is our commitment, the Police Services Board's commitment. And we've gone as far as to say that if we don't deliver, we're open to being, compelled by the commission. So it's not just words. So thank you for highlighting that.
And thank you for that, Chief. And just wanted to add that Mayor Brown and I do intend to put forward a motion to council on greater reforms, particularly SIU reform that we had talked about, that were well documented in the piece we co-authored, the opinion piece in the Toronto Star. So that will be forthcoming to Regional Council in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through Chair, and thank you to Nish and Nancy and Brian and your entire team as well, all of the community partners that participated in this really important work. Believe it or not, the other day I had a colleague ask me to explain systemic racism. And my response was simple in that I tend to say to people, just look at the root of the word, it's system. And around this table, we are in charge of all of those systems. We lead those systems. And I think that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan really fundamentally embodies the upstream work that puts the value into those systems and makes sure that they serve our community in the best possible way. So not to belabor, just a thank you to everybody around the table that's done that work so that we can ensure those systems serve us and the entire community. Thank you.
Well said. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair IANNICCA. We also got some good news today. I was wondering if the chief, since he's speaking to us, could share it with regional council that I think is going to really help his efforts in Peel Region on the CCTV cameras.
Absolutely. I think as the council, entire council would know, 2019 saw us experience an unprecedented number of very public gun and gang violence that resulted in several homicides, including unintended victims. We also know we've had significant amount of road-related fatalities. And early on in 2019 and in January, both the Police Services Board and both mayors lobbied the province and advocated for investment in the Ontario government's CCTV public safety program. We were successful in receiving a grant, which we are able to operationalize along the large corridors for tightening our safety and security net, which is a significant advancement. The province just announced that probably while council was sitting this morning. And so we're pleased to receive that from the Solicitor General and Attorney General and it will be part of the interconnectivity we look to, thanks to the lobbying of the two municipalities, with each municipality. And what we hope is that we're able to deter and also improve on our response and investigative response to some really horrific incidents that are dependent on eyewitnesses that we don't often have. So it's another element from a technical standpoint that Kathryn is highlighting.
And just to add to the significance of this, these cameras can get resolution so effective that you can get license plates, even visual identities. And it was described before to me by members of the Peel Police that part of the challenge with the targeted shootings we had on our highways is that we were a convenient place for these shootings to happen because you could get away quickly on the highway and your identity wasn't captured like it would be on the 407. Well, Peel Region will no longer be a convenient place for those targeted hits because if that happens, there's going to be a visual capture of the individuals involved. And so I think this is a big win for us. We had lobbied for it, and I know the chief worked on using his persuasion skills to get this provincial approval and funding. And so it's with relief that this tool in your toolkit has arrived.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brown. If I may, just one word as another member of the chair. This really is a momentous day. Long time coming, and we're on the right path. But what's intriguing is this marks roughly the 1-year anniversary that we hired Nish. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. The reason it's a momentous day is because Mayor Brown and Mayor Crombie had the courage to know more than a year ago who the right person for the job was. Ahead of the rest of us, I must say. And between those two mayors and knowing what their communities needed and what all our communities needed, they said, this is the person that's going to get it done. And it's been a year, and Nish has proved the mayor's right. So Nish stands tall, but he stands on the shoulders of the two mayors because, as I said at the time, I've come to learn, we got the guy everybody wanted. And this proves it today. Having said that, now the hard work starts. And we have our new plan, and we're going to roll it out. And if you can, and I'm going to leave it at this, if you can or if you did have the chance this last day or two to see all the marvelous media coverage Nish got in speaking to it in very specific terms, no one could better articulate the path forward and the fact that he signed on the dotted line to say it's a personal commitment the board and the service and this council is making. So this really is a momentous day. And now the hard work starts. Nish, well done to you. Well done to the deputies. We should also mention Deputy Andrews and Eduardi and the whole team that has done so much. So good days coming ahead. That concludes my list. Councillor Paleshi, did you have one last thing or is your residual?
One last thing, Mr. Chair, just to Nancy, with your leadership there, it was fantastic, and you made the comment about we'll be dealing with more about this in budget when we'll be actually putting people in the seats of the plan. So I look very much forward to those conversations as well. And I had spoken before about supporting some people to go along with this, and I'll be the advocate there during budget when we're deciding that as well. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. And Councillor Demerla, you're on my list. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate Chief Nish on, something that's very innovative and very far-reaching to try and end discrimination through binding policies. So congratulations, Chief. I also want to thank the 3 councillors and all of the staff who came up with, the community safety plan and well-being plan. And I do take the idea of getting to the roots of the problem when it comes to much of the crime, petty crime that our communities are experiencing, as well as bigger crimes like gun violence. I do believe that we have to get to the roots of it. So this is all good. I do want Chief Nish two personal requests. Please keep depolicing mental health crisis close to your heart, and please do focus on that. And my second one is I'm going to invite you, and I would like you to come down to Cooksville. I believe it will benefit very much from some of the policies that you're advocating, and I'd like you to come, and I'd like to take you around so that we can work collaboratively on some innovative solutions. It's an area that needs help and certainly needs your help. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I need a motion to receive the presentation 10-1, and I'm going to do the same thing and have that receipt moved by Councillor Sato, Peleschi, and Downey. And I don't need a recorded vote. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, very good. And now I have the main motion itself, and I am going to read this one out. Moved by Councillors Sato, Peleschi, and Downey, that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan attached as Appendix 1 to the report from the Commissioner of Health Services titled Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2020 to 2024 be adopted, and further that the additional resources to implement and sustain Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2020-2024 as outlined in the subject report be approved, and further that a copy of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2020-2024 be forwarded to the Ministry of the Solicitor General as required by the Police Services Act 1990, and further that a copy of the subject report and plan be forwarded to the cities of Brampton and Mississauga and the town of Caledon for their information. Might I include the MPPs as well? If that's a friendly amendment, I'm seeing a lot of nods around that. With that, you have the motion. Madam Clerk, over to you for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson. Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie.
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla.
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco.
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon.
In favor.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey.
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Peleschi.
Absolutely.
Councillor Peleschi in favor. Councillor Parrish. Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
100%.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
For sure, in favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you.
Carries unanimously, yes, thank you. Thank you very much to all. Okay, that concludes the staff presentations. I'm on to the items that we held on consent. First up, communications item 12.1, letter dated October 6, 2020, providing a copy of the Town of Caledon's resolution, Town of Caledon initial planning comments and status appeal 2041 regional official plan review. Councillor Parrish, you've asked this be held.
Yes, please. First, I want to clarify. The town is requesting that the Region of Peel designate the Mayfield West Transit Hub and the Bolton GO Station lands as high priority major transit areas. It's a direct request for us to support this.
Is that through to our planning staff perhaps, or just, if anybody can answer the question? I don't know if Adrian Smith can answer that, or the Commissioner. Adrian, Commissioner Smith, just to be clear on this specific request as you understand it. Go ahead.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So the way I interpret this, the preamble to this and the context of it is a staff report on some of the material that's been published and presented publicly around our ongoing Peel 2041 official plan review and the municipal comprehensive review. So I interpret this as a request through that process for consideration around the designation of the GO Station hub. So I see it as input into our municipal comprehensive review process. I think the proposed direction for the agenda is it to be referred back to staff. So if that were to happen, I would see that as something that would be plugged into our ongoing OP review, municipal comprehensive review process. That already includes consideration of obviously various major transit station areas. That this particular one, it also includes much broader issues around, settlement boundary expansion, transportation policies, all of that kind of thing. So I would see this as a request, as input to that broader process, and we reported back on it. It would be reporting back in the context of our normal reporting on that broader process. That's the way I interpret it.
Okay, because I interpreted it a little bit more strictly, that the region of Peel designate. I have some questions that I'd like answered as well. Is the region capable of doing interim control bylaws in a lower tier municipality? Are we allowed to do an interim control bylaw?
No, I think that's typically a zoning power that's applied at the local level, and I'm reading that as this is forwarding a resolution. I interpreted that as direction to Caledon staff.
Okay, there are 2 pages. That's why I just wanted to clarify this. So you don't believe we'll take a vote today to support this position, but we will refer it to your committee, which includes the lower tier municipalities as well as your staff.
We have a number of stakeholders that we engage with and consult with. Ultimately, the recommendations around our municipal comprehensive review and what have you would be coming from regional staff.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. Sorry, Adrian. So if this is referred to your committee, it's not as though the regional council is supporting it. It's asking you to continue using it as part of your overall study for the MCR, which is coming forward sometime in January.
Yeah, I think we're planning an update in December. Yeah.
Okay. And you're still working with the 3 lower tier municipalities on this so that Caledon has some input at the committee on this matter.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So last question again, just yes or no. If I just refer this to your committee without approving it, that's exactly what you would expect me to do.
Yes.
Thank you. I will move referral.
Very good. Thank you, Carolyn. Demerla.
Was up from before.
Sorry. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would just like Adrian to repeat the timelines. As you know, the dealing with the employment zones, also with the major transit area study going on in Clarkson, we seem to be, we've just kind of come to a grinding halt, and it's really important that we move this process. I don't know, are there timelines associated with it? When's the next time that this is going to be brought to council? Because I know that Councillor Fonseca also has some very important lands being tied up while this process is going on.
So through Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. The original timelines for us reporting back to council on our overall municipal comprehensive review was planned for December this year, and we are still planning to report in December with an update on how we've progressed on all the elements of the municipal comprehensive review, including the major transit station area work. We're a little bit delayed in the update. We'll give an update on all the pieces. Some of the pieces we've been able to advance a little faster than others. We were a little bit delayed because you'll recall in late August this year, the province released brand new population and employment forecasts under the growth plan, including extending the planning horizon out to 2051. So the numbers matter, and incorporating those numbers and working through that, has slowed us down a little bit. But we're other areas we've been able to progress, and with the major transit station area work, that is an area that we have been able to keep the ball rolling to advance some of that work. And so we're going to bring the work is underway right now. Folks are working away at it, and we're hoping to get as much advance as possible for that December update, and we're on track for providing that report.
Okay, but that's just an update. How are we going to move the yardstick on the file?
So the update will move the policies and all the elements of the study as far as we can, and those elements will be brought. The things that we can bring forward will be brought forward in December, and put out in the public forum to continue to get feedback and comments from our from our stakeholders, and we're planning to report back with the final conclusion of the complete MCR early in the new year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Adrian. Look forward to that report.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had my hand up to ask very similar questions, or the same questions, but maybe in a little bit different way than Councillor Rass. So Adrian answered those, but I just want to emphasize in terms of the timelines and an update being brought back in December versus moving forward the policies. It's extremely important. In my case, it's related to the Dundas Connects, and it's a significant stretch. So there's the transit node, but also in and amongst that corridor right at Dixie and Dundas and along there, other policies are in play as well. So I look forward to seeing that update in December and moving, as Councillor Rass said, moving the policies forward and moving this along early in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list. So the motion moved by Councillor Parrish, exactly as it reads. This is a referral to Public Works and still very much a work in progress. Moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Councillor Paleshi. Madam Clerk, I just need a call on the vote, no recorded vote. Any objections? If not, that carries. Thank you. Moving on, the next item that was asked held, item 13.1, update on the development of the 2021 budget. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is there a date for the provincial budget as of yet? I've been trying to look for it and I don't see it anywhere.
Stephen, do you have an idea?
Certainly, through the chair. It was just announced today that the budget will come out within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so we will get some certainty, because I feel like we're a little left hanging right now, even with our existing 2020 budget, and we're almost done the year. So we need to know where those holes are going to be plugged.
If I might add, typically when the provincial budget comes out, it's at a very broad level in terms of envelopes, but I think optimistically or hopefully we would be looking at possible changes around provincial funding formula changes announced in the budget, things of that nature. We wouldn't know Peel-specific allocations, but at least we'd know whether the money's in the provincial budget that we're looking for at a higher level.
Okay, so when are we going to know specifics?
Specifics typically follow sometimes weeks and months later, but directionally, the foundational budget and the outlook that you see in the report today is based on very conservative estimates. So we're hopeful that anything that does come out would be trending positive as opposed to further diminishing our ability to have sustainable property taxes.
Okay. If you don't know this off the top of your head, then it's okay if you can get back to me. What is the balance of our tax stabilization reserve right now?
I believe it's around 140 or so $1 million, but I can certainly give you the specific number offline or through all of council.
Okay. I have some other questions, but this has already been a long day, so I'll deal with you directly on those, Stephen. Thank you very much. And I do have some concerns generally with where we're going. I think, a 3.7% increase at the regional level. We have a lot on the go right now, but it might be a little tone deaf in light of all of the people and businesses that are struggling right now. So I'll just leave that there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Councillor Raz, I have no other speakers. If you would move this and perhaps seconded by Councillor Kovac. And Madam Clerk, I need a recorded vote. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion that to decrease pressure on the 2021 operating budget and maintain financial flexibility, the debt financing for the Seniors Health and Wellness Village, estimated at $16.7 million, be replaced with funds from the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve. And further, that the regional chair write a letter to the provincial government on behalf of Regional Council in support of the City of Mississauga's advocacy efforts to remove the 5% cap on the payments in lieu of taxes from the Greater Toronto Airport Authority, which has been sought for decades to avoid the type of dramatic fall in PILTs that is currently happening. Mayor Brown?
Yeah, can you hear me? I said yes.
Oh, Mayor Brown in favor, thank you. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
In favor?
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes? Councillor Innes?
Yes.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor?
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor?
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
That carries and brings us down to items related to Public Works. 15.1, GTA West Corridor Environmental Assessment as asked held by Councillor Sato. I know we spoke to it earlier, but Councillor Sato, did you have anything
I'm fine,
further?
Mr. Chair. I don't need to speak to it again.
Very good. Madam Clerk, we're good, or do you still need a vote? We received it at the time, and that was dealt with when we spoke to the earlier issue. Very good. On to 15.2, automated
Mr.
bus.
Chair,
Oh, sorry.
It's Mayor Thompson. I have to step out for an appointment, sir, so I've got to go.
Very good. Thanks
Okay,
for letting us know and duly acknowledged. Okay, moving on to other items held. 15.2, automated school bus stop arm camera, the interim update as asked held by Councillor Raz. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would say the councillors on the working group that include councillors Downey, Paleshi, and Fonseca have been working over the last, 48 hours to try to put this motion together to help make sure that this moves along. Certainly October is Pedestrian Safety Month, and we wanted to make sure that we get a motion on there that's not only timely, but we also put some tangibles in the motion that gets staff moving on this. The update that was provided in our packages today were, I guess when we spoke with staff earlier this week, we were a little disappointed that more wasn't done and more roadblocks were put up. So I'm eager, and we are all eager to move this forward in time for September 2021. So I think it's specific, and we also thank Andrew Farr for his input on this. And I know that I think Councillor Fonseca also has an amendment, but it's self-explanatory. But we really want to get moving on this. I don't think the safety of our children can wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Agreed with Councillor Raz. It's also National School Bus Safety Week. Everything has a day and a week Every time I turn on social media, it's something. Anyways, I think that we're in a really good position to move forward and take the opportunity in Peel to really modernize our systems, work with our community partners, specifically our school boards and STOPR. We've had really good conversations with all of the stakeholders around the table. It's been a great working group, and I think that that's where we really see good work coming forward that serves the community when we have every stakeholder at the table and everybody's needs are being addressed. And it's been good. And I think as Karen said, we're eager to move forward and eager to see Peel kind of lead the way on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you. Yes, I echo what Councillor Ross and Councillor Downey have said. I do want to thank Councillor Ross, Councillor Downey, Councillor Pelleschi, all the staff and all of the stakeholders. To Councillor Downey's point, it has been there's been some intense meetings that we held as a working group, but at the same time, this is an excellent opportunity. And the fact that it is National Pedestrian Week and National, I think, School Bus Safety Week, extremely important to do this, as Councillor Sato mentioned earlier, during this month. I did have an amendment to add to put forward. I'm just going to read it out now. If this could be added to the motion, and further that council direct a broader range of regional personnel and resources, including but not limited to the CAO's office, information technology and government relations, to be utilized in the execution and implementation of a Peel Region automated stop arm camera program. That's a lot. I'm not sure if Clerk's got all of that.
Why don't you repeat it again slowly, because we're getting it down, but carry on again. Why don't you repeat it slowly one more time?
Okay, yes. Through you, Chair, and further that council direct a broader range of regional personnel and resources, including but not limited to the CAO's office, information technology and government relations, to be utilized in the execution and implementation of a Peel Region automated stop arm camera program.
Very good.
Were you able to?
Oh, yeah. Well done here at our end.
Wonderful.
Okay. Carrying on with my list, and that I'm assuming is a friendly amendment, but we'll deal with it at the time. Councillor Pelleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my council colleagues also for sitting on this committee and trying to make all kids in the region of Peel safer and safer for the community. With the discussions that we've had and the future changes of legislation, the benefit to the region of Peel on a processing center would be certainly a great deal of higher importance to all members, I think, and the community. So I have an additional amendment that I have sent to the clerks just in the last couple minutes. But if they're not able to pull that up, I'm happy to, I'm going to go ahead and read that, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you.
Why don't you go ahead and read it? But she's putting it out as well, so I think we're working in tandem. But why don't you read it? Go ahead.
Excellent. And further, that staff prioritize and pursue the development of the Region of Peel Central Processing Center, critical to the successful operation of the Peel Region Automated Stop Arm Camera Program that can provide efficient program delivery, effective enforcement, and increased employment and economic opportunities for the Region of Peel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, congratulations to everybody that worked on this. It's really crucial. I've been behind so many buses where people go whipping by that it just breaks your heart to watch. Hold your breath. Question to all the experts around here. I was behind a bus yesterday morning, and right on the back, on the roof, was a bright white light that flashed the whole time the bus was moving, a school bus. Anybody know what that was? I've never seen one before. Some homing device for this, or?
Anybody? White flashing light on the top of the back of a bus? I've never seen one. I don't know. If anybody
Should have
knows.
taken a picture, but you're not supposed to play with your cameras while you're driving, right?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Parrish. It actually was implemented by MTO a number of years ago. You may have just seen it recently, but all commercial vehicles that exceed a certain size, and I only know because I used to own 52 trucks and had to get these things on all of the trucks. But it was a number of years ago that the government said that this would be a great idea to make sure that everybody sees the big, huge trucks that are out on the road, and they're more to the effect of when it's dark out, they're flashing away, but legislation says that they have to have.
Well, thank you, Councillor Pleshy. You're more than just a pretty face. Thank you.
Boy, long time rolling it out, though. I haven't seen one, but okay, all to the good. All right, with that exhausts my list. I'm trusting the 2 amendments are taken as friendly amendments. It has been duly moved by Councillor Raz and Councillor Downey, I see. You have it before you, so I hope the chair can take it as read. And with that, I turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Yes. Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie? Mayor Crombie? Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
In favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Absolutely in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Absolutely.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes, please.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson had to leave the meeting. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor.
Madam Clerk, I'm here too. I just stepped away for a second.
Mayor Crombie.
Thank you.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Thank you, and that carries.
Very good. Moving on then to items under health. 17.1, Paramedic Service 2021 Response Time Framework as held by Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Sinclair. Ian, I think I need you to unmute yourself, please.
I had it unmuted, but it keeps changing. Anyway, I just thought I'd better register a continued 70% for all PO response times being met for 70% of the time means that 30% of the responses are over the 6 minutes. And there's a golden 10 minutes for reviving a victim for a heart attack or permanent brain damage occurs. And averaging Caledon responses into all PO means that the 30% remaining after the 70% are made is masking what the response times are in Caledon. And it's a concern that Councillor Groves and I have raised with some members of the Caledon community, and we've been looking for those response times up in Caledon. So where and when the 30% late responses is important to for council as a whole to know. And we did request Caledon stats back for a March 4th, 2020 meeting, but of course COVID came along and preoccupied everybody. So we're still looking for the numbers, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for helping us keep this issue going and attending the meetings with us. So I just wanted to register those concerns that are still outstanding with this report. Thank you.
Councillor Sinclair, thank you. And next up on my list is Councillor Groves, who I'll go to, but the good folks in Caledon should know it's been quite a while that you and Councillor Groves have been on this file to make sure that our folks in Caledon are well served. And you're right, tossed a little bit of a hiccup with the COVID, but the battle and the efforts carry on. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Sinclair, for raising those concerns. It's been an ongoing concern here for us and our residents. And I echo Councillor Sinclair's concerns with the response time in Caledon, and I also would like to see the stats specifically for Caledon since the change occurred. I would also like to know, with us changing the way it's administered, what if the fuel cost is. Have we seen an increase in fuel cost and maintenance since we've switched over?
Nancy, why don't you go ahead?
Through the chair, I don't have that information for you, Councillor Groves, but happy to work with Chief Dundas to see if we can access the fuel cost for the region.
Thank you. So I look forward to having that. And as I said earlier, when we looked at going to this model, one size doesn't fit all. And I recall in a report that we had from Chief Dundas where he did cite in there that because of the rural Caledon and getting to some of those areas is a concern. So I guess I really would like to see those stats because I think that it's important that we're able to get to these emergencies on time. And I am concerned that our response times, they're behind. I've heard from my residents that they've called for ambulances and it's taken quite some time for them to get there. So I just want to register those concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Yeah, anecdotally, I've heard that the calls to the airport obviously are down by about 80% for our paramedics. I'm wondering if we could address Caledon's concern by actually putting a paramedic station in Pearson Airport so that they're not spending all that time driving there from the other locations. And might be a good time to look into that and do a bit of a study to see if that would help Caledon without increasing the costs a heck of a lot. Because I think Pearson should be paying for a station there, and I think when they get back on their feet. I saw 2 planes lifting off today. I got very excited. But that is a question I asked in February and we didn't get an answer to because things overtook us. But that's something I'm still interested in.
Nancy.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Parrish, for bringing that topic up because you did bring it up in February. So over this late summer, we did meet with the GTAA, Chief Dundas, myself, as well as Chair IANNICCA. They have started a process, a collaborative process to really identify what the need is for the airport itself. It has slowed down a little bit just because of COVID, but it is certainly there and they're working on that plan. So we hope to get something back to Council sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I do want to say a special thank you to Chief Dundas and to Nancy, who I meet with every 4 to 6 months to go over specifically just the response times in my ward and how that affects the surrounding area as well. And we've been incrementally making some changes, and we've seen a positive increase in those response times. So on behalf of my residents, I do want to say a very big thank you because we've been diligent and committed to improving those times. My residents have seen that difference, and just sitting down with you and going over those response times has shown that the efforts that we've been putting forward has made the difference. Like Councillor St. Clair and Councillor Groves, I'm interested to see the comparison. COVID sort of got us off track on reviewing those things, and that took a back seat. But now that we're moving forward with regular business, I do look forward to having that comparison review. And I suspect that in my ward in particular, with the measures that we've been taking, that those improvements will continue to be felt amongst my residents. So I just wanted to say on behalf of them a very big thank you to the both of you.
And Councillor Innes, thank you. I hope I wasn't remiss in my comments. It's been a lot of work that continues to go on in the file, and it's ongoing and has been managed and tweaked from time to time, even as recent as these last few weeks, just to make sure we're trying to get the right balance, but without question, still more work to do. Okay, that exhausts my list. I need a recorded vote on this as moved by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Councillor Groves, that the recommended response time framework for Peel Regional Paramedic Service for the year 2021, as described in the report of the Acting Commissioner of Health Services, titled Pandemic Services 2021 Response Time Framework, be approved. Recorded vote over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
I said yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
I'm in favor. I think Theo voted for Patrick.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
In favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. And Mayor Thompson had to leave the meeting. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Brings us down to other business and councillor inquiries. Seeing none, that brings us to notices of motion. 22.1, motion regarding a request for support of banning single-use plastics as presented to us by Councillor Innes. Councillor Innes.
Thank you. I think that the motion speaks to itself, and it's an initiative that we've spoken about around this table. I'm glad to see that it's coming forward by our federal government. I think that it's important that we show that we support this initiative. Just wanted to make two quick points about it, and I've highlighted them in the motion. The one is the concern that while we're solving this issue, we may be causing a greater issue by not ensuring that there is a regulations on compostable products. So I think that this motion covers that request and asks the feds that while you're banning, we also ask that you create these consistent regulations across the nation. Because once we start using more compostable products, we know that we will be responsible for that. So, which leads me into my second point about the motion. And I guess it's more of a question to staff, because I know on Monday, the province released their draft regulations for the Blue Box program to move to full producer responsibility. And this will have an impact on that and who will be responsible for the recycling of compostables. And just wondering if, I know that I'm suspecting that a report will be coming to our committee, which I believe is mid-November, but wondering if there's an opportunity for us to provide any comment on that as well.
Absolutely. Through to Norm Lee.
Thank you for the question, and you're right. So the federal government obviously issued its policy paper not that long ago. The provincial government on Monday of this week issued a draft regulation for the transition of the Blue Box program to full producer responsibility, and I think a lot of these banned products, like you say, they'll probably be replaced with compostable products. So part of what staff is doing is making sure those two pieces of legislation work well together to make sure that if they're banned at one level, that they are part of the producer responsibility program at the other level. So we are working on reviewing the draft regulation that the province put out. We are planning to report, I believe it's the 19th of November, to the Waste Committee on that. And we will have some comments in there about compostable products to make sure they're properly regulated. The way these two fit together is just the federal government is responsible for, or it has jurisdiction over the design and production of packaging, and the provincial government has jurisdiction over the management of the package once it becomes a waste. So that one is at the front end of the process, one's at the back end, but the two have to work together. One thing that staff might be doing between now and November 19th, we may issue a press release just supporting, and we've done this in the past, or thanking the province for issuing the draft regulation. Regional Council has been asking for this for years, and even through the COVID conditions this summer, the province made a point of pushing forward with this to get it out in a timely fashion, or as soon as possible. So we're pleased with that. A very quick read shows that it does include a lot of the items that the Regional Council has asked for. There's still one or two small concerns, but I think on the most part it's pretty good. So we may be doing that.
Thank you, Norm. So I think I look forward to that report coming forward. I think it's great that both our federal and provincial counterparts are doing their part, and that clearly they've been listening to the advocacy piece that we've been stressing over the past few years. And so thank you for your team's work, and I hope that the rest of my colleagues will support this motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councillor Innes on leading the charge on this. One of the things that I heard this morning was that Timmy's is no longer going to be, I guess they call it second cupping. So they put the two cups rather than use the more environmentally friendly the little cardboard wrap around it. So that is good news. And unfortunately, I think when it comes to single-use plastics, unless we really push in a certain direction, then a lot of those advancements aren't going to be made on their own. So I do believe that this is the right course. And one thing that I would love to see over as the waste industry evolves is consistency amongst municipalities and how and what they collect within their various waste streams. So fully support the motion, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and duly moved by Councillor Innes, seconded by Councillor Raz. It was in your agenda, so I will take it as read. I need a recorded vote. Madam Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Yes. Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
In favor.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
In favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac? Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Counselor Kovac in favor. Counselor Mahoney? Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney
Yes.
in favor. Counselor Mahoney in favor. Counselor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Counselor McFadden in favor. Counselor Medeiros? Counselor Medeiros? I think I heard Counselor Medeiros. I think I heard yes.
That's correct. My apologies.
Counselor Medeiros in favor. Counselor Palashi?
In favor?
Counselor Palashi in favor. Counselor Parrish? Counselor Parrish in favor. Counselor Raz?
Yes.
Counselor Raz in favor. Counselor Sato?
Yes.
Counselor Sato in favor. Counselor Santos?
Yes.
Counselor Santos in favor. Counselor Sinclair?
In favor.
Counselor Sinclair in favor. Counselor Starr?
In favor.
Counselor Starr in favor. And Mayor Thompson had to leave. Counselor Vicente?
Yes.
Counselor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Very good, Madam Clerk. That brings me to the bylaws. I have a motion from Councillor Fonseca, seconded by Councillor Dasco, that the bylaws listed on the October 22, 2020 Regional Council agenda, being bylaws 63, 2020 and 64, 2020, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That carries. I have a motion here from Councillor Demerla, seconded by Councillor Mahoney, that the bylaws relating to the in-camera items, which we've dealt with, but we still have to read the bylaw, correct? Right? Being dealt with as 24.2 and 66-2020 be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. I have one other motion moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Vicente, that the bylaw 67-2020 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held October 22, 2020, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region Appeal bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. That carries. And I have, anybody opposed? No, that carries. And I have a motion to adjourn from Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor McFadden. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you all.